Hello, it's Chris from Airwindows, and we are doing another live stream. And I think something I should probably do right up front, because it's going to be a coding stream, is bump my volume a little bit. Doing that makes it quite a bit louder, and then I can sit somewhat off camera. So here's the deal. We're working towards Airwindows 2 Tape 7. Thing is, I have thought of some stuff I'm going to need in it, and we'll get into what that means momentarily. Let's bounce over to the coding stream. Here I have the recorded tape examples. Let's see, what can I do to sit on camera properly for a change? So we can do this. Thing is, I'm a little concerned about the sheer amount of lows that it takes away under these circumstances. I'd like to be able to strike a balance between the earlier versions that just throw a lot of low frequency boost and this current version, which is designed to very accurately reflect. I'm sorry, I'm extremely loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. Maybe it won't be too obnoxious. I need to be able to throw extremely deep bass here. And the challenge there is I also need to be able to replicate the sound of this thing. So what I'm wondering is whether I can go in, having already built this plugin. Should be coming out, if I'm not mistaken, the week after next. I was studying something, and it's somebody that I knew back in the day. He's not with us any longer. He got sick and is an American, so unfortunately he wasn't able to survive. But what he was doing was a detailed study on how to do heavy guitar sounds. And you know, I've got some guitar sounds, and I was all reading about, let's find the guitar sound. So that's absolutely not the kind of heavy guitar sound Slipperman, who was also known as Tim Gillies, possibly Gillies. This is not the kind of heavy guitar sound that he did. But I was reading at great length about the way that he was recording his stuff. And what we've got there is essentially nothing but oh my God, I am so loud. I don't know what's going on there. Could it be that it remembered my settings? And then I've just turned them up again? Or it would be nice if it remembered my settings, I'll tell you that. I'm not sure if that's the case. Anywho. Slipperman had been talking about how to work with guitar sounds, such as, there's a guitar sound. Perhaps not a great one, but it's a sort of input guitar sound in that is a very direct recording of just the microphone and no processing and no mixing, nothing. And the part of Slipperman's recording distorted guitars from hell. I'm wondering whether I can actually show that. So this is the thing I was reading. Slipperman's recording distorted, you can't see it, here we go. Slipperman's recording distorted guitars thread from hell. I actually met this guy at one point, and we were also sort of internet friends because he was going through a difficult patch, and I wrote him a message commiserating with something that he had posted about. And this is also the person for whom I wrote the plugin Golem. Or rather, I kind of wrote it, but then he was openly enthusiastic about it and found it to be really useful. And the deal with him is that he was really good about getting heavy guitar sounds. And one of the things that he did for doing it, beyond everything that we see here, like there's stuff I don't really have available, not being like a Marshall or Mesa stack guy, I don't have that kind of instrumentation on hand. I have an ISO cab. It's a kind of lively ISO cab, but it's still an ISO cab. And that's what you hear when I play this. So it doesn't have 4 speakers, and so it doesn't go as deep into the bass as one of Slipperman's ones would. It's just kind of a... There's a lot going on there that I cannot do regarding Slipperman's advice on how to get this stuff to be really good. The kinds of things he's talking about here are first doing speaker excursion and cabinet involvement, which is extremely high volume stuff I don't have available to me. I might have a real amp and a real speaker and not just a digital guitar, but all the same, there's limits to how crazy I can go with that stuff. And that removes some of these options from me. But what is available is the EQ stuff. And there's something else that I was very interested in. I'm trying to find it in this list here. Maybe not going to find it in this list here. Note the phrase to tape that is relevant to my interests here. And note the stuff going on about the filtering and this very important passage here. What Slipperman is saying, and this is going to be very relevant for anybody, including people who only have like a DI and then like virtual guitar amps or whatever. And I don't think I have anything really as sophisticated as some of the virtual guitar amps. They're getting fairly good these days, but here's the thing. Once you have recorded the amp and made your sound, this is only the very beginning of the process. And what Slipperman's talking about, as seen in this Slipperman's Recording Distorted Guitars from Hell, readable version PDF, it's on archive.org. There's only so many schools of thought for getting stuff down on tape and mixing it. And so your school one here is put up the mic, record to tape, capture everything. School 2, capture everything, but maybe filter a little bit. School 3, capture most of what you want, and maybe do whatever the heck else you want. 4, F everyone, capture only what you like, hammer the F out of everything else. School 5, crap your pants in terror and return to recording rap with an SB1200. I don't have an SB1200, so maybe I better work on this. So Slipperman started out recording stuff to tape and trimming away only the things that he was never going to use. And so if you've got stuff that's wrong and the extreme low ends are distorting the tape real easily, he might do a thing where he would throw in some kind of moderate high pass filter, and then you're getting a accurate sound to your tape without doing anything too crazy. Then he came to the realization that when he was running stuff into tape, and I think if I can't do this directly, I can do it by converting it to stereo. So here's where we left off. So the difference between hitting tape and not, we're already getting more lows on the dry. But here's the thing. If you do go to a tape effect like this, and if I've got it so that it's behaving really well, what does that then do if you're doing your filtering in advance? And this is somebody who is very familiar with essentially exactly the same EQ that I'm building into Console X. He is talking right out the gate of having a 4-band parametric that can go really steep, combined with high-pass and low-pass filters. Thing is, my situation, if I was going to be working with this kind of thing, would be to record the guitar and set up the mix so that the instance of to tape would be first in the chain, and then you would get to the Console X channel, and that would go to the mix. And the reason that I would do it is because there's things that I would need to shape about the sound coming off of the imaginary tape. But there's a problem, and this is what Slipperman is talking about. He began with missives and then turned to narratives. Missive is the stuff that he writes, and the narrative was when he recorded MP3s for people. Hi, So when he says the approach of capturing accurately to tape, much as if I was to put it on the first input, the first slot in the chain, doesn't optimize the most effective use of some of the best tools. You can do the tape saturation, which I can do quite easily here. Compared through the dry sound, it goes quite a bit louder. So you can smooth stuff out that way very effectively. And part of that is because I've got the doubly and so on going. And although I tamed it down a little bit so that I could match the sound of a actual Studer, and it's an interesting thing to consider that it's possible the Studer and Telefunken at this site aren't actually using that. I feel like maybe they would be, but I can't guarantee that these don't maybe use DBX or who knows what. I'm just assuming they have some kind of noise reduction built in, and a lot of it was Dolby unless it was DBX. So here's the thing. To do the thing Slipperman is talking about in this missive, you have to be able to run an entirely separate set of filters in front of the tape stage, and then after that go through a whole other set of filters just the same after the tape stage going into mix. That ends up being necessary. It's like piles upon piles of equalizers and things. There's just a lot going on. And the essence of it is the ability for the tape machine or virtual tape machine to soak up excessive energy, like it says on the screen that you can see. That tape compression you're not optimizing is the coolest, cleanest, and yes, warmest type of lossless compression you will ever get, ever. If you learn to shape it around, find out what your tape deck will and will not do, you can do some damage. And the pre's inputs can accommodate elevated levels of gain without having to run at full bandwidth. So Slipperman's example here for doing this and recording to tape would be an AMAC 9098 module that's like a advanced sort of Neve that has such a clean signal path that it's like it barely counts as a large format analog console that starts to sound like a DAW because it's that clean. And what he's talking about is going into a real live tape machine and doing all of this filtering. It's not on a desk. This is filtering that is sitting around in an outboard unit. He's putting it between the microphone and the preamplifier and the tape machine. He is doing all of this and capturing the result to tape. So he's throwing in a low pass at about 9K. That's taking away some high frequencies there. The high pass is reining in the swing of the extreme lows. He's doing a notch at about 130 to 240 and looks to be also taking the low band and removing a little more lows there. Then he's also subtracting 6K. So as long as we're looking at this, today is going to be about revisiting 2-tape, and I'm going to come up with some changes to make in it that will accommodate what I'm looking to do here. I'd like to come up with stuff that will give me the flexibility I'd want for this kind of thing. But before I do that, we'll play just a little bit with our guitar sound in the replicating the thing that Slipperman is talking about. And I think what we're going to do in order to make that happen is start an effect stack. Hopefully this will work. Okay, we'll see. And we're going to except for I can't really do that, can I? I need to pull out parametric first. I'll need to make a slightly bigger stack because I can't quite do the thing I'm talking about with the existing Console X plugins that I'm continuing to develop because they have the console processing inside them. And what I need is something a little bit more like this. It's all a little bit off balance, but that's fine. And I'm going to, Slipperman described his stuff as being first thing in the chain was the high pass, or at least that's the thing that he said first. So we're going to add another filter, and this is clearly not correct, but also I don't know why it went beep beep. That seems weird, but we'll see. We'll do the best we can with all this. So the idea is that is the high pass and low pass that live inside Console X. There's the parametric, and if we just hit play, oh, I see. So I'd forgotten how those worked. They need to be set to 0 for not engaging them. I'm going to move this over parametric. Parametric is AU, the other one is VST, but they'll still work. Ben, I'll get around to that. And then the next thing we need to do is bring up the to-tape effect. So as we replicate the thing that Slipperman is talking about in this missive, he says, take an AMAG module, and one thing we're going to be wanting to do, I think, is this. Let's engage to tape 7. So now you can hear that's boosted a little bit. We made it louder. We've also got one of the channels stuck, and that seems bad. So let's save this and start over. We have many things to do to try to get through to what we're making happen here. And I'm not entirely sure quite what's happening here. But, you know, once I'm finished with all of this, I swear to God, man, I'm going to take a couple of weeks off. But I will get through. We will get through all of this. So let's see. I've now saved that as Slipperman. And we're going to not save that. And we're going to launch it again. And we're going to convert it to stereo again. And we're going to see whether we can load this up and it behaves itself or whether I have other problems. Okay, looking okay so far. We don't seem to have made massive problems. You can't even see what I was doing. I'll do my best as far as managing all the streaming parts and things while I'm trying to think my way through all this. I don't know whether I'll succeed, but I'll do my best to try to get through all this. If I crater too hard, I'll end stream early or something. But we're not there yet. We're barely half an hour into stream, and I have a bunch of things I really intend to do. So we're going to see whether we can do them. Here is that guitar sound, which I did not actually select properly. So there we go. And if I turn to tape on, well, we made it a lot louder, but the thing we're talking about here is Slipperman's advice. Let's see if we can follow Slipperman's advice for everything that he says to do with a common pre-EQ model. And we're not going to get to do all of it, but we're going to get to do some of it. I think he's only mentioning 3 mid-range parametrics. We're leaving 2-tape alone, except for that I've turned Flutter down a little bit. One of the things I need to do today is put in special code so that if you set Flutter to 0, it bypasses the entire circuit. If you set head bump to 0, it bypasses the entire circuit and the high pass filter that keeps the head bump from getting too excessive. So there's a number of things I have in mind there. And we're just going to see what we can make happen along those lines. But we're starting with this. And you can see, or you can hear that it's on the loud side. So what's the first thing that he says to do? He says to shunt the nasty toppy stuff with the low pass at 7 to 9K and trap the mud with the high pass at 1590, whatever, sweep it around, freaky. Let's do it. Low pass. But we have to turn it on first. Always helpful to turn the thing on. Low pass. So that's way lower than 9K. But he says, shunt the nasty stuff at 9K. So let's go and find where it sounds nasty. This is a direct condenser microphone recording, but it's not as high gain as Slipperman's usual stuff. That's probably good enough as far as shunting the low pass. I don't have nearly as much mud as he would have. This barely has lows at all, but I can engage a little bit of high pass just because why not? Here's what the high pass, again, going into the 2-tape plugin. And you know, one thing that I could do is exaggerate the head bump until I have mud and then take it away. So let's do that. We've got both of these things engaged. We had to add a huge amount to head bump even to hear anything at all. But now we can engage the high pass. Full high pass. And with that, I've reined in the lows that I just added a lot of with head bump. So, engage bell on the low band. Well, I don't have a bell on the low band. In fact, all I've got is this. Let's switch over and I'll show you what this looks like. No, that didn't work. We'll get through. This might be a week of mine for being dumb and not especially effective, but I'm telling you, we'll get through some of this stuff. So I've just set all of those things to 0.5. That should make this be flat. When I kick it in, kind of nothing should happen to the sound. And sure enough, pretty much nothing has happened to the sound. I don't understand what you mean by no C. So, engage a similar Q shape on the high mid-band and suck the heck out of the rat at 6K. Well, we don't actually have a 6K marking, but we do have a high mid. So one way we can search for rattiness, and remember this is going into the tape modeling, is that's what Slipperman tends to call rattiness. It's an obnoxious little noise. It is irritating. Also, we haven't actually touched the... we didn't do the first thing that he mentioned. So let's pull that right back. First thing that he mentioned was rip the wool. I was showing you what he said. Rip the wool at 132/40 narrow with the low mid on either wide notch or narrow belt. Well, I only have a Q factor on this, but wool, he says. Well, we've got a low mid. Our low mid reso at its minimum setting is narrow. So this would be me trying to find what Slipperman describes as wool. I don't have a 130/40 measurement, but that's a Basie frequency. And even though this is not a Marshall stack, so I'm not going to get as much wool out of this, I can find what it is. So that's a sort of honking resonant noise. We could maybe call that the wool as a narrow pass on this. So we've done a little fishing expedition, as Slipperman likes to say. And so we found something that seems unpleasant. Let's now remove that instead of add it. So now we've removed a little bit of that. And another thing that he says is engage bell on the low band. Well, we don't have one of those, so we're not going to use that. If we were using either console X or what I should put in place of that, we would be able to. But here's another thing that he suggests. Suck the heck out of rat at 6K. Well, I don't know whether 6K is necessarily the thing, but let's find out what we've got. Rat. So he says, suck the hell out of the rat. Well, let's remove lots of it. I am not similar Q shape, he says. Maybe we'll find a particularly ratty frequency here. I think that would be it. we've made it a narrower resonance. He's doing a lot of this stuff with really tight little cuts. And now we remove that rather than adding it. So now we've removed our rattiness at around whatever K, 6K he says. And he says, now being the sneaky F that you are, flip the top rand around between bell, sheen, and shelf. I actually cannot do that. And boost above the low pass, like 26K. Well, my thing won't actually go all the way to 26K, but I have a top band that will sweep right up. And then keep shifting the low pass filter point and the high boost. I do have both of those things until you've lost the nasty fizz but haven't killed the top end. And remember, this is before we get to the console. This is all still while we're getting ready to hit the high frequencies, hit the tape machine. It just happens to be 2 tape 7 that we're using. So back over there, let's use these plugins, one of which you have access to, Parametric. I haven't put out by quite high-low yet. I haven't put out 2 tape 7 yet. But we're going to see what we can make out of this following these instructions. So, firstly, frequency starts out at extremely high frequency. We're going to be boosting, and the resonance, let's see, what he said was flip the top band around, boost above the low pass, keep shifting the high boost. I can have this be a slightly tighter resonance. Now, what do we get out of this? So what Slipperman is talking about here is I've applied a pretty massive boost to the extreme super highs, and it's way the heck up there. It's probably in the 15K. I don't think it's all the way up to 26K, although this is a 96K recording, so we can get up there fairly high. And we are boosting above the low pass. The low pass is definitely down around 6K or so. It's doing a thing. But then we're also using this high frequency boost and boosting even higher than that. Now he's describing using analog tape and using a analog EQ. But we're doing this entirely in the box and seeing whether we can make this thing do its thing. And when I've finished doing that, we're going to push on the tape drive a little bit and see whether we can make it even more intense. But first, let's play with those high frequencies a little bit more. So sweeping the low pass against this massive boost has led to a top end where there's a bunch of high frequencies in there, but it's pointedly avoiding the ready 6K frequencies. Thing is, this is all going to a tape sim. So let's go one step beyond there. So what we've effectively done is change this to this. Again, we change this to this. There's a lot of highs boost on there. There's mid-range cuts and things. But when Slipperman talks about this stuff, here, he is saying gain scheduling is everything. You are slamming the 2-inch multi-track tape. You've ended up with a level of hitting everything that would really break all of this stuff if you hadn't filtered it very carefully so that it hits tape in exactly the right way. We've just done that in the box rather than doing it. And one of the things I could do is hunt down some of the traditional in-the-box heavy guitar recording things. Like there's a Lipu, something like that, programmer who does amp simulators, and they're better at this super high gain stuff than my stuff typically is. And you can bring in cab simulations and all of that kind of stuff that would bring in stuff like the low frequency swing and so on that we're talking about. And then from that point onwards, we'd be over to the Airwindows chain. And again, this is entirely before we even get to the mixing console. You can still tune in like the highs, the lows, boosts and things in a way to accentuate what you're getting out of the tape. But this is all before getting anything out of the tape, and bits of it are cut back. I don't have quite as much flutter as before. I am using head bump to make up difference in the amount of lows coming out of the whole system. But the thing that Slipperman is talking about here with regard to doing everything that we've just done and that I've showed you what these measurements were. I've replicated what he's talking about. But I haven't been boosting the signal more and more going into tape. And he's doing all of this stuff. Oh, this is not glamorous. It takes time. It looks like folly, but it's the road to your audio salvation. Abandon it as at your own parallel. Use no less than 4 bands of full parametric with low high pass filters on input, if you're doing like nu metal. And he's boasting about how good he can do this with. And then going on a tirade, because it's always fun, this guy. He goes on tirades. Went, I should say. Sadly, he has passed on. No. He is not talking about applying that to a full mix of music. He is talking about applying it to a single heavily distorted guitar, exactly like what I've got. So to go back to here, and we probably don't need to keep that on. We're going to switch over to doing the coding that I need to do today pretty soon. But this is very much why I need to do my coding today. Again, no filtering. The filtering that Slipperman was talking about, and now we're going to take this and continue to increase the tape drive. And what that's going to do is hit the tape more aggressively with the same sound. Let's hear how far we can take it into that sort of ultra heavy zone. Because again, like he says, it's going to tape compress and squish, but we are hitting it with specific frequencies in a specific way. And let's see what we get. And that's kind of what we're talking about. We go from this to this. And everything there is a plugin. Not all of it's out yet, but everything there is a plugin. And this is using techniques that Slipperman is formerly, and we can continue to fool with this a little bit. From that. I feel like it would be nice to be able to do that in the mix anytime you wanted on your little laptop. I mean, if my development laptop can run this, you can run many tracks of this. Thing is, I would like to do some stuff with it that would better. I want some of this to be more adjustable. Tape drive is fine. We're being able to adjust tape drive. We've also got the this is neither underbiased nor overbiased. It might be fun to hear what that does to the sound. Yeah, and again, the direct sound that I have here doesn't really do the nu metal thing. It's really not going there. But fooling with the bias was giving me a very effective way of controlling the top. And the thing about doing this with plugins in this way is now I have, when Slipperman was describing the purpose of this, he was saying, do a crazy boost in the high frequencies above the low pass that you have, and then hit the tape with that. And I've also got my doubly encode. I've got all of this stuff going on. So the point of balancing different things against each other in that way is manipulating the way it hits the tape, even if it's fake tape like this. Can't do that, Blue Baggin, sorry. But what I can do is give a little bit more bias and a little bit less low pass. And the overbiasing is doing a pretty good job. But the thing is, if you had a rail tape machine, it wouldn't be nearly as simple as that to just, oh, okay, so let's dial back the high pass on the EQ before tape, and then let's turn up the bias on the tape machine. That's not really something that you would do with real gear. But I mean, working with this fake gear, you could do that all day long. It feels pretty satisfying. So I'm going to just save that. I don't do it like this. I do it like this. And then close that and quit that without saving. Because here's the thing. In order to be able to make that be maximally effective, I'd like to be able to limit some of the processes. I want to be able to take out some of these to tape things. And doing that would mean that I'd be able to, for instance, here's something. Here we have this. And we can do head bumps. But if I turn the head bump all the way off, we're now losing bass. This is the original. And I would like to not have that. I would like to not have it so that if you disable a section of it, it's still compensating for what that section did. And there's a couple of changes that I could make. And one of them addresses a problem somebody was having with Flutter, where they wanted to apply Flutter to a thing, but then they tripped over the fact that it's interpolating between samples, and applying the Flutter made a somewhat irregular, extreme high frequency averaging some of the time. Like, not all the time, but some of the time the Flutter would throw the audio into a bit where it was slightly rolling off. And that became a problem for this person. They were obviously not running at 96K, because you shouldn't really suffer from that happening. But if I make it so that Flutter disables itself completely when set to 0, I can have the tab emulation and go, okay, well, if that doesn't work for you, shut it off. And then the bypass will be guaranteed to be a full frequency bypass. Similarly, if you turn head bump off, as is seen here, I should be able to let through all of the lows without having to filter away what the head frequency is doing. Also, the concern that I have is I feel like I would like to be able to boost beyond the, like, I'm basically just trying to figure out how to make all this work. And when I say that, it's a bit of a big statement, but I'm just trying to make all this work. So for the moment, what I think I'd like to do is scoot off and make another cup of coffee. I have to do a brief restroom visit. And like I said before, this hasn't been me at the top of my game this week, but with persistence, I ought to be able to get through anyhow. Even if I feel like I'm extremely dumb and can't figure anything out, that shouldn't matter, as long as I'm persistent enough with it. So let's do my usual thing of setting up the SWB, setting up some kind of thing. Let's fire up this one instead, if indeed it can. Maybe I just clicked it and selected it rather than opening it. Did that not respond to a double click? We'll try a double click again. There we go. This is one of those ones that never actually made it onto an album or release of any kind. I will be back with another cup of coffee, and we're going to switch back over to the coding side, and we're going to start revising to tape 7, even though it hasn't come out yet, because I can think of some stuff that I will need to be able to make it do. And we're going to see whether we can't make it do those things. But for now, let me set up some music, and I will be right back with my refreshments. Here's a thing. What? Oh, I can't hear it that way, can I? Play over monitor speakers. Okay, that's aggressive. Fair enough. Goodbye, Mr. Bond. Back over to coding stream. So we got a bunch of work to do today, I tell you. Yeah, remember A tier is unlistenable and unpopular except for to the craziest cult followings. So there you go, I guess. So what are we going to do? We're going to go into here and do what's probably going to be a whole bunch of updating. And I'll keep doing all that updating until I have it doing the things that I want. This stuff shouldn't need to change. Here's where we start. I could default Flutter to an insignificant amount. I feel like that might even be a good idea. We'll do that. Rest of this stuff should be fine. For some value of fine. So we're going to keep that change. What else would be a good thing to do? And we're going to run these things in parallel. See, there's the AU. Here is the VST. Flutter is param D. There we are. Now the VST will also default upon startup to 0.25 Flutter. And that's a lot more in line with how a real-world device would act. Although you can set it to 0.5 if you want to be obviously hearing it without it becoming too completely crazy. So there's a start. So if I can do these, then I can do everything. No, no. That would be no and no. So head bump sample is able to be at 0. So essentially, this is actually fairly simple. But there's something I want to keep an eye out for. Don't mind me staring at the code for a while. I have to stare at the code to be able to get to where I want to go. Let's scroll up. Let's look at where all of this stuff gets defined. Like, this stuff is fine how it is. IIR low cutoff L and R are gonna need some help because they are taking away all of the subsonics out of my mix, whether head bump is set to a small or a large level. We scroll down a little bit. Past this stuff. Head bump mix gets dialed back in this way. And then IIR sub-frequency is the one that I'm currently wondering about. And I'll tell you why. In a minute. So we've got a bunch of different things here. Doubly encode and decode are fine. We don't actually have to do anything with any of those. This, on the other hand, this whole thing needs to be skipped completely if we're not using Flutter. However, that's a fairly simple procedure. The reason this is moving so slowly is this is not a week for me to be able to think very clearly or do very well. I'm feeling under the weather and not good. And that's fine. It doesn't have to stop me. But it certainly does have to slow me down a whole heck of a bunch. And that's what's happening. And we're not going to overcome that completely by drinking coffee because, like, well, that's probably among the things that killed Steve Albini, and I don't feel like going that way. That doesn't sound very fun. So instead, we're going to sort of slowly trudge through the stuff that I need to do here. Flut depth might just be the thing I'm looking for. Let's go find it. Ooh, or not. Or maybe so. So if it's get param d times overall scale, which is going to be 1 to maybe as much as 4, times 60, if it starts out as 0, that's always going to be 0. I will have a 0 available on flood depth. That can even be tested. But let's start by going and then we'll indent everything. And then we can make sure that it's doing what we think. Now it mutes. If Flutter is engaged, it'll mute. And because I cleaned the build folder, it needs to build everything over again. So we're going to do that. Second time around, seems good. Here's our test. We're going to see whether this does what I think it did. But we can't use this, can we? Because that's in mono. This ought to suffice. Can't be the VST because I have not done that one yet. We have 0. Weirdly, a Flutter setting of 0.01 still counts as 0. That is how heavily we are smushing this down to tiny amounts of effect. But well, hang on. Is it simply not kicking in? What do we got here? Oh, I know what happened. Quit with you. Nothing wrong happened. Nothing wrong happened at all. Any setting of Flutter was going to be enough. I was expecting something else to happen, which was my foolish mistake. But yeah, kind of like I have told you folks this week in particular, and just some days are just about being a giant foolish mistake and doing the best I can with that. So what I did here was check up to see whether flood depth would go to 0. And I believe it does. I just confused myself later trying to do something else. Also, I am being irritated by fruit flies. You know, a funny thing? A next door neighbor was looking at a fence between my property and his, and also mentioned that he had gotten robbed, and that sucks. But was talking about maybe helping out with some of my unpleasant gardening problems having to mow lawns and deal with Virginia creeper and stuff. And he's like, oh, no, I love doing that. I could do that too, $20 or something. And I'm like, I don't have any cash because I don't. But, and then I dug up this sort of hedge trimmer thing. It's actually like a drywall saw, but I'd used it for hedge trimmer things. No, I tried to hit a fly. Honestly, some days I deserve to slap myself in the face. But this is a long, pointless story, so let's just carry on with it. So I got like my little hedge trimmer saw thing, which has gone unused because I hate doing that. And I just gave it to him. And I included the one battery that I have for all that stuff because it's a bunch of Walmart junk. Well, but not Walmart junk so much as Home Depot junk. And the battery was enough to do some sawing with. And I was like, here, I don't have any money, but you just said that you were willing. He was going out with a hand clipper and clipping some of the nasty stuff in literally my yard. And so I was like, well, I don't have any money, but here, you have this. I don't have the charger for it. That's not quite true. I had a charger and it's bolted to my wall and would not be convenient to also remove. So I was like, oh, I'll go and get another battery. And then I realized I had given this man a tool that would help him do that job that will run out, that he will be unable to recharge once it has run out. And that's the dumbest thing imaginable. So I'm thinking this Sunday, I am going to go to the store, get the replacement battery that I need so that I can have that stuff again, because there are other little power tools using that. And I will also get a simple charger device, either like the one that I have stuck up on the wall or not, but just something that'll do that job. And then I'll give him that as well and apologize for having given him a power tool that can be used to trim hedges with a battery that he would not be able to recharge. So that's about the intellectual level I'm operating on this week. Let's move on. I'm going to have to do this twice. This is the VST version. However, this may very well be literally all exactly the same code. So I can do it twice in a fairly simple manner by doing this. There we are. And I think this is down in the, yep. And then up here, another one. And there we are. So now we have a Flutter that turns itself off and on, which also means if you're not using the Flutter, it won't mess with the timing of things. Whereas I have a concern that if I didn't do that, we would be stuck with always having one sample of latency no matter what. I think I've just solved that. So, onwards into the breach. Here's the next thing I'm thinking about. IIR subfrequency. Now my concern with this is as follows. This is doing a constant application of a high pass, regardless of what the head bump is doing. Meaning I can turn the head bump all the way off and I'm pretty sure it's just going to force everything to be rolled off. I don't know if I want that. I don't think I like that. Seems kind of no bueno. So I'm going to find where that's done. it's done here. When we run to tape, we run to tape by splitting the sound into two places this way. And I had that whole additional IIR filter. And when I first enabled it, everything sounded terrible. And that's because that is simply a kind of roll-off that compensates for the subs being there. I have a concern that can probably be fixed with more if statements. So let's grind our way through this a little bit. So IIR low cutoff L and low sample L, and then head bump includes the low sample. IIR sub freak is what's making that be just a very low frequency sound. No. So here's a little section of code. And all it does ever is take some low frequencies away from low sample. Doesn't actually do anything with high sample. In fact, IIR mid-roller is mimicking what the doubly encode is doing, meaning that that is also now controllable. If you took away all of the doubly, you'd still be able to do a control on this, because it's mimicking the behavior of the doubly filter. Which is probably useful. At any rate, I think that is an appropriate choice there, and that puts that under the user control as well. But we've got this one section that's not. And the one section that's not, and I can go and find it here too, is IIR sub frequency. So if IIR low cutoff was, if the IIR sub frequency was literally 0, IIR low cutoff would get stuck on a DC voltage. And that is not something that we want. But we want to be able to have it do a thing. Now let me take a minute to try to explain what the thing should be. Right now, this is a fixed frequency roll-off. I would like this to instead converge on the setting that we've currently got if and only if the position of head bump is at the default position of 0.5. No. I wanted to converge on the fixed setting that we currently have if the setting is 0.5. If it has become 0, I don't want this stuff run. So I can do that now. Likewise for here. Having done this, now if our subfrequency is literal 0, then this filtering doesn't happen. If we didn't do that, we could end up with information stuck in there that would make it be a DC offset. But this only lets this engage if it is going to eventually have an effect. And in fact, we can update the other part as well, because we've got VST plugins to do. So here we are up here. If you go down to where it says to tape basic algorithm, which is not there, but it's up here, and I select this and then paste there, and then also write down the other one, there. Looks to be the right ones each time. And same deal with this. It is completely hysterical to me how slow motion I am today. Go figure. There's a reason that I'm going to take a couple of weeks off once I've done all of this. I feel like I'm dragging myself over the finish line with one good finger. But sometimes that's what you do. Sometimes that's just how it be. So frequency larger than 0. Then we engage the low sample R. If not, we just use it. Then up to where the other one can be found. Same thing. And now both of these routines should look the same as the routine that I have in the audio unit. L, L, R, R. R, R. Cool beans. So now it cancels itself out if it's a 0. And I'm going to hit that. The reason I was starting to talk about the pruning thing and the battery stuff and all that is I actually have a flycatcher thingy that I made for myself. And I made it out of one of those little Home Depot, the tools that they have with the batteries and the thing, and instead with a dustbuster. The dustbuster had a fancy air filter, which really kind of stops it from working very effectively at all, unfortunately. And I could take the air filter out, at which point it works much better. And I stuck the top of one of these. I have almonds in this. It's actually from a creamer container. And I cut one of these with the scissors here and then stuck this on the top of the dustbuster, making a sort of fly vacuum. No. There are days when my brain is not capable of keeping up. But I can probably always come up with a yes or no answer to things. So you'll get that if I can't do any better. Here's the thing. This needs to be modifiable. I would like to have this work in such a way that if you have head bump at 0.5, you get that, what I've just put in the parentheses. If you have head bump at 0, that becomes 0. And if you have head bump at 1, it should probably also be 0.008. So here's how we're going to try to do that. Actually, no. I immediately type thing, and then I say no without even having thought of thing. No, we apply it here. So it's going to be kind of like this. I've got some of the numbers I'm going to need. I'm going to need certain numbers to do certain things. Because what I have in mind here is to have the filtering largely in place, have it go to 0, but as you start to have smaller and smaller amounts of the high-pass filter, it should start dropping that frequency. It's not a sharp frequency. This is not like a brick wall. This is a very mellow kind of filtering. But I should be able to drop the frequency to make a gradiated adjustment between 0 and 0.008. And I think I don't want it to go any higher than 0.08. So if we started out, see, you had to bump it drive. Well, hang on. Okay. And head bump mix. This is all having to do with parameter G. And we've kind of turned it down just because head bump was too strong. This may... No, we're going to still need that, aren't we? Well, no big harm to be done here. So if we did this, now if it is at 0.5, we have the same behavior. But that's not what I want. Oh, wait, no, I have an even better idea. With perhaps a bit of a catch. So check this out. I remember thinking of this the other day. It didn't come to my mind until just now. So we have a IIR filter. Said IIR filter applies itself to the head bump and low frequencies in general. This is what makes it so if we have the head bump at exactly 0.5 and we stack the plugins up, it doesn't produce a weird, goofy effect that's nothing like what the real one is. Because we had the real one, we were able to investigate real, honest-to-God Studer and Telefunken machines. We mostly measured the Studer. And we listened to what the real one sounded like. And we listened to what the head bump did to the lows on our super synthetic extra lows kind of sound. And it did give a certain amount of low frequency thickness, but not to the point where it just made everything go crazy. Instead, it did a different thing, and we made it so that at 0.008, we're rolling off enough lows that it doesn't go crazy. That said, what if you wanted to go crazy? So if we didn't have that IIR filter there, head bump would just keep adding, and there would be more and more and more boost. If we have the curve set up in such a way that it goes to 0 when you turn the head bump off, then we're not taking away lows when we're not using a head bump. I want that. I do want it to not take away lows when we're not using the head bump. That needs to go to 0. We will be able to make it go to 0. Watch Chris guzzling coffee as he tries to get through all this nonsense. That said, I think we will. I think we will get through the nonsense. Okay, so hear me out. What if we did this? Well, then we know that we can only make subcurve go to a point of 1. 1's the maximum you're going to get out of it. If subcurve equals 1, then our rolloff is the same as we had before. Where does 1 show up on the sine curve? Because you start at 0, and then the output is 0. So 0 turns it to 0. If we have this, what have we now done? Because that's probably the answer. What we've done, and it's not the only answer, but it's part of the answer. What we've done is as follows. As we start turning this up, we go from 0 to 3.1415, etc., etc., etc. At 50%, pi times 50% is 1.57, etc., etc. Sine of 1.57, etc., etc. is neatly and exactly 1. So what we've now done is we have made a curve where at the default setting of 0.5, we can stack these things up and have the same result as if we're doing the high frequency, the high pass filtering, where it doesn't build up low frequencies like that. If we set it to 0, we get 0 out, unless something has gone horribly strange and I don't understand math anymore, which is always a possibility in weeks like this. But here's the thing. The way this control works now is as follows. If you have it set at 0, the high pass is not engaged. Turn it up to 0.5 and the high pass becomes fully engaged. Keep turning it up and the cutoff frequency starts going down as you're adding more bass until at full crank it's either literally 0 or very nearly 0. And we can, if we use literally m pi, what that's likely to do is make us have a, like I can probably even demonstrate how this is going to work. I think we can probably demonstrate how this is going to work. So here's what we get if we do this. And we're going to build it, and we're going to put it in and use it, and we're going to fire up Alien Kittens because that has bass to it. And we're going to see what we got. I have a suspicion as to what's going to happen here. Did you see the fly pass? When I'm talking about the batteries and the pruning devices and stuff, I'm longing for my little dustbuster fly trap thing. And I don't have it. I don't have it. I long to kill this fly that is in my face. Like, my general level of health and feeling okay is not sufficient to stand up to that today. So let's try to do the thing I said I was going to try to do. And we'll even fire up proper alien kittens to do it. So this is what should happen. As we play with the head bump control, here's what's going to happen. And we can turn it down so that we have more room to boost. And we can leave the rest of this stuff alone. Although let's do a little quick test on the Flutter. So here we have 0 boost, and we should be able to turn it to 0.5, have the head bump kick in, and then as we continue to turn it up, the bass is going to go completely crazy. Let's see whether it does the thing that I thought it was going to do. So that seems to be changing the texture. Let's see if we can literally make lots of boost. I'm going to say that's a yes. So I feel like that is actually working. No head bump, and we have the raw digital lows. 0.5, we have the emulation. As we continue to boost, we start to get the cutoff of the high pass dropping. So whatever frequency we have, it gets more exaggerated. And the whole thing is still clipped. We can snap back and forth between this and this. And the only thing that's changing is in the super lows. So 0. 0.5 is the realistic one. So what should also happen if we're doing this is if we're hearing a head bump happening and we turned this down, we should be reducing the amount of head bump that we have, which will also be opening up that high pass. And it's on a sine curve, meaning that what's going to happen is it gets quieter, but also expands into the lows, but not linearly. It's a sine path. So at 0, it's 0. And at 0.5, it is the high pass we were using. But it'll slowly start reducing as we pull it back until when we have a very small amount added, the bass starts to expand outwards more substantially. So let me see whether, I'll see you later on. Apologies for saying no so often. I don't have enough brain today to be able to do better than that. So we should be able to turn this down to a head frequency where it's really rumbling my subwoofers, and then hear what that does to the subwoofers as we turn head bump down from 0.5, being the realism setting. Yeah, I do not actually have any peppermint, but fair. It's a nice thought. Appreciate being thought of. So let's see. So I should have lows in here. Oh wait, let's pat it down. I'm trying very hard to listen to what the bass is doing, is what I'm doing right now. Okay, I could be imagining it, but what I feel is happening, and it's what I would predict, it's just hard for me to tell, is that as we go up from 0, which is the unrestricted digital bass, the amount of head bump we let in is a very tiny amount. But then the roll-off is also very small on the high-pass filter. So it's like it gets denser as it comes in, and that's what it's supposed to do. And then as I back it off, we have less and less head bump. It's like the looseness of the bass does a bit of a crossfade between the sort of analog style, very controlled head bump style bass, and the digital bass, which doesn't have any color or character, but also doesn't have any restrictions. And at very small head bump settings, it's like it stays as low as it is, but takes on just a little bit of that color. It's a little hard to tell. It's a little hard to tell. I wonder if I have any other example files I can use. Or indeed, I can use a very high-pitched head bump. pitching a really high frequency takes away those lows in a characteristic way. So fully extended kicks, restricted kicks, Okay, that sounds terrible, but I can still tell what it's doing. I think that's going to work. I think we got there. That is a thing. We could also do a bypass for the bias circuitry. I really think that could be done. And I'll tell you why. I really think that could be done because what if my process with all of this ends up with it sitting on all channels as well as on the bus, and it becomes this entire everybody let's pretend we're on a tape machine world where console X just synergizes with to tape 7 really well. If that is the case, I will want to be able to minimize some of these behaviors so that anytime you're not actively overbiasing or underbiasing or whatever, you don't have to run that code. Because I don't think you are always going to want to be doing things like biasing a certain way or whatever. You can, but you don't have to. It should be considered yet another type of processing, but you don't always apply all the kinds of processing all the time. That said, I think we have an answer. Oh, but remember there was one thing I wanted to check, which I have literally not checked now. I was going to try this one thing, and now I haven't. So let's go right back in again and see what's what. So can we make that big head bump go away by turning this up? Here's the thing. We've now got a control that I'm measuring and doing the IIR filter testing with, where if the filter is not engaged, this does not happen. But that also means I have a filter control where we never have a parameter in here inside the thing that says head bump is 1 or head bump is 0. And given that I'm making stuff disable itself when head bump equals literal 0, a thing I want to avoid is to do this filtery thing, but then also make the head bump switch itself off at the point that head bump is 1. I think I haven't actually disabled that part yet. So I've goozled myself, I've confused myself, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Here's subcurve, and then IIR subfrequency. Here's where we're disabling it. It's okay to disable this if we are doing the head bump. Let's see, what else is going on here? So yeah, that filter, that's correct. If we turn it up all the way so that the filter isn't there, that's an equally valid way of doing that. Nothing's going to break if we simply don't high-pass filter this part. Instead, it will just end up being low sample, and we then go and use low sample here. We haven't made low sample be 0 or anything like that, so that part's still okay. It's only the filtering of it that we're manipulating here. So we can have this part turn itself off if it reaches 0 in either direction. That is actually correct. There is not a problem with it. I am a little tempted to move some of this stuff around, but maybe that way madness lies, and so maybe I'd better not. Did we remember to actually do this in all the places it needs? Well, we just did a change, so let's apply the change too. Let's find where we do this thing. So rather than get parameter, we just take it directly. And then we don't need to redefine it because this part goes away now. That should be correct. As I scroll down to the next one, we'll see it in place, and we can see that IR subfrequency, which is in fact being defined here, is already being disabled here and here. And then also here and here. So we go up to this part, and that's what we need. So now we've made the VST and the AU match. We had a parameter called head bump drive. And we've also got a head bump mix. And they are literally both made out of param-g. Drive is just scaled. So we should be able to use either of those to get a number that will be 0 if it is literally completely off, or non-zero if it's being used in any way. And head bump mix is probably our best bet. Although I don't think there will be any functional difference between the two. But this is the one that's not being scaled in any way, so one less thing to go wrong. So let's see. We're going to want head bump mix. Yep, and see, if it is 0, it won't matter what this is because we're not using it. How am I doing this? We're going to do it by inside things. And add better space over to here. And do this. And then that was wrong, but I fixed it. So we only apply this when head bump is actually engaged. If it's not, we have a whole bunch of biquad filters we don't even have to run. We don't have to run double layers of biquad filters, or the fundamental thing. This could cause a click as we engage or disengage it, but maybe not. But the point being, we need to be able to disable it if we want all of the effect. As in, not effect, but the full base of the digital recording that we are processing. So let's do this. That should be exactly the same as the one in the other one. And anytime it is in place, it'll be producing some variation of a valid result. Although if you modulate it rapidly between 0 and something else, you're going to be in big trouble, and I'm fine with that. You shouldn't be doing something like that anyway. So this should be literally the same code that goes into the VST version. So let's start up here. And go down until we find that again. There it is. Does that look like exactly the same thing? It kind of looks like exactly the same thing to me. So we can just paste it. And now that is being engaged only if it's in use, and we don't have to do any of this stuff if we're not using the head bump. This will also make it easier for if you're doing a really big complicated mix and you don't need to use all the features of all the things. Like if you don't need to contend with a head bump on some particular track, you don't have to deal with one. You can leave it out completely and it'll be a little less calculating to do. But we have to do it twice because this is the VST. This allows for double processing. So there we are. There. And again, if head bump mix equals 0, we don't actually apply this anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then for a final thing, because we've now applied a number of different things. One of them is enabling the extreme lows to be let through either as natural digital bass, or if you wanted to get an exaggerated head bump effect. I have now unleashed that so that boosting the two-tape head bump to unreasonable levels should make stuff go completely silly. I wanted that to be available. And it should be a nice little linear progression from 0, 0.5 being a pretty accurate like head bump emulation for what a real tape machine would act like, as in not just a giant boost, but a transformation into a different kind. And then as you continue to push it, you start getting the super hyper crazy uber bass happening. And there should be a nice little flow between all those things. And then we've got Flutter that can be completely disabled, and that should be the case in both of these. So let me go and check. Yep. If flut depth is larger than 0, then we do it. Otherwise, we don't even apply the Flutter. And that will mean if you're not running Flutter, you're not having any form of high-frequency degradation other than what already exists if you were, say, doing a bias control thing. And that's the final thing to play with here. See how we've got start bias routine and end bias routine? Let's just apply this. If we're not doing bias at all, we shouldn't actually have to deal with any of this. Now, since this is all being applied using, like we've got under bias, and that is, let's see what we've even got here. Because here's where this stuff gets applied, right? So we can do under bias or we can do over bias. Bias is, in fact, a variable that we will have available to us. We're simply not using it beyond this point. So literally bias will be 0 if we are not applying anything. We're comparing it to 0. But now there is a challenge with regard to this stuff, which is if you're using the VST versions and you move it off of 0.50000, my VST stuff doesn't really have the capacity to revert to the default setting. Although there is a default setting, it starts up with that not engaged. And I'm basically happy with that. So if, and you can see that overbias starts at a large number if it's near 0 or at 0. I wonder if it's applying itself in both cases. I think it might be. I think we might have bias actually engaging in both directions. But hang on though. So if the bias is larger than that, overbias equals 1, so we skip the new assignment of it. So that does reassign overbias if in fact we're doing underbiasing. Fair. This also implies that there's always going to be some of this overbias function running, but we're not actually scaling it back. We are not scaling back overbias if it's set to underbias. If we're going between 0 and overbias, then we are increasingly applying I'm just trying to see how this works. I'm very tired. See, this is the problem with struggling with these big giant piles of everything. Like the way that I code stuff, I want it to be arranged in very primitive and simple form so that the computer can basically just do all of the... This is why my stuff sometimes runs efficiently, one hopes, is we don't have countless layers of abstraction, such as if you're using like Google Chrome and you type a thing in the search bar, it might take 1/10 of a second for the letter to show up. And that's because there are so many layers of abstraction and complicated programmer things in there before it's able to respond. Whereas with my stuff, I don't want it to do that. So everything is basically explicitly written out in long form. It should be fairly simple for compilers to be able to do their best with that stuff, although you still have to remember certain things. Like compilers are better at doing repetitive, well, the computers are better at doing repetitive calculations than they are at remembering a bunch of numbers. So unlike in the early days of computers, you don't cache everything, or cache everything, whatever you call it, in order to just look up the result of a calculation repeatedly, because the amount of memory space that takes up could be excessive, and it'll be easier for the computer to just run the calculations repeatedly. That said, my entire talk for the last 10 minutes is along the lines of I have a control where if it is 0, I know bias is not being done. What that means is if I take the absolute value of bias, anytime it's being used, that will be greater than 0. Because I can't just do greater than 0, because some of my numbers involved here are in fact less than 0. So that gives me the answer of the thing that I need to do. And we will try to do the thing. Let's try to do the thing. There. In theory, this will now apply the bias routine only if it's not literally set to 0, and it should start set to 0. So we're going to go and test that now. Firstly, let's put the spaces in, the tabs in that it needs or wants. It is very slightly more cumbersome than before, but that did it. So that's now the tabbing that this particular code wants, because if statements and for statements like to have stuff, little space in there. I often skip that kind of stuff, and it's not really formatted in the way that professional programmers would do it, but that's because I want to see the entire chunk of code in there at one time. So let's see. And also, let's do that. And then we can go in here and do it again. See, because we got bias here as well. So that does appear to all, it's supposed to be all the same code, so I think we can trust it. I'm not really aware of a reason why that would legitimately be different and need to be different. I feel like that's going to be the same It needs to be the same. And to keep going, we have bias here as well. It's supposed to be the same. And I'm going to be a clever little boy and make an extra space in here so I don't have to do the delete that I did. And now we have this. That should be our bias routine. But there's one extra thing I can do. If I can spell. Now, if I compile that, it shows me whether I'm doing the thing that I expect with the bypassing it. Although, in a somewhat limited way. Oh, we have a problem? We sure do. We have multiple problems. But I know the answer to one of them. We need to go and fix this. So what's happening here is it needs this to be defined outside the if statement. We can't always count on that having been defined. So what we basically need to do is define these variables, and then we assign them if we need to assign them. And we can even instantiate them to be 0, which is sort of belt and suspenders affair for when you're adding the end result. It would be 0 times 0 equaling 0, so not much of anything happening there. And here's how we go about doing this properly. But we need to have it say sample. I'm stammering and muttering all day long. Head bump sample L. Now if we keep it this way, or indeed do it twice because we need to have it for sample R as well, this will now be broken because we're redefining it. So what we need to do is, rather than redefine it here, now it will work. Build succeeded. But this also tells me that I need to fix it in the other place too. So let's, having fixed that, scroll up here. Bias routine. So we've got that in place. See, if bias, fabs bias, and then up here, if fabs bias. This is the one that we set up that I need to test and have not yet tested. But here's where we need to deal with the head bump stuff. So we need to do the same thing I just did in the audio unit. Namely, and I have not done the thing. I didn't do the thing. It's all broken. Everything is broken and ruined forever. I'm kidding. It's not ruined forever. But me hitting that just goes to show you that this is busted and not working because I need to do this part. And then I need to take this out. And then I need to take this out. And that's not enough because I need to go up to the same place in the other routine and do likewise. And rather than hitting Command B, hit the key that's next to it, which is Command V. because this is not a Dvorak keyboard. I'm not sure whether V is next to B in a Dvorak keyboard. That's me making a funny. As we drudge our way through this grueling day of being extremely stupid, we can make the occasional funny. Build. And that fixed the problem that it had. Because the problem that it had, and note that we have a distinction here. This bias routine does not have any wrong stuff, but this bias routine has wrong stuff. And it's for a reason. And I had to go and fix all that head bump stuff before being able to explain the reason. So here's where we're getting. Inside this if statement, we set input sample L and R to 0. I want to test whether this bypass thing actually works. And that's how I'm going to do it. That's in the bias, so what have we here? Ooh, do we have a thing where bias is not actually legit? Do we have a thing where we can't actually get it bypassed? That would be weird, but stranger things have happened. It's probably to do with floating point numbers. Let's firstly see whether this other stuff is, yeah. So here we have a thing where our floating point numbers do not ever give us a condition under which this bypasses itself. I didn't expect that. And yet, here we are. See? If fab's bias is larger than 0, then we run this stuff and then we silence everything. So what we see here is fab's bias is never, ever, ever, ever larger than 0. However, that would be because we are starting with a value of 0.5, multiplying by 2, subtracting 1. Zero 0.5 times 2 equals 1. 0.5 times 2 minus 1, in theory, would equal 0. But it's not that simple. We just tried it to find out, and it didn't help. It didn't work. So let's do something a little bit funky. If fab's bias is larger than 0.25, then we run this routine. Now what should happen, having done this, is that now I can move it back and forth between, it's going to be in the middle. Let's explore that assumption. So we should get a sound now, but then as I move this too far in either direction, it will cut right out. As predicted. So here's your problem. If you set bias to 0.5 and then try to compare it to literal 0, it's always going to be something because of floating point calculations. floating point calculations are causing it to be like 0.000001. It can never actually get down to 0 because of failures in floating point math. I can't actually bypass it by checking to see if it's larger than 0. But I can easily bypass it by checking to see if it's larger than some very tiny number. And let's go forth and see what number we really need, and then we will apply it to all the places where it needs to be applied. So that, no bueno. But what if we picked a very, very, very tiny number that isn't 0? Can we make this let the sound through, or has that gone too far? Because one of the challenges of this is in setting it up this way, it becomes impossible to make the VST regain that setting. Because the VST tends to get stuck on little tiny floating pointy offsets, and it's hard to make the VST plugins go to an exact number because they're not letting you type stuff in. I can always get back to exactly 0.5 on the audio unit by selecting and typing it in on a lot of platforms, but not on the VST. That said, I might be taking it too far here. So let's see what we've got now. Honestly, some days I feel like this sort of thing would be good for people trying to learn to program, because I'm covering some of the most gruelingly basic stuff that you could imagine in like all seriousness, and treating it as if it is a big deal. And or oh, are you crashing? You're getting stuck. Nope. It just got confused, but it didn't crash this time. So, can we make this let a sound through? We have told it that if the bias control is actually engaged in any way, then we are also making the result be 0. If the bias control is not engaged according to that if statement, we're letting the sound through. But can we even still do that? Well, it's not the simplest thing to do. We went too far. So now we're back to whatever the number is that 0.5 equates to. It's supposed to be like 0, but it's not. It's something that's bigger than this. So if we were doing that calculation, I got like 3 decimal points in there. Let's work it out long form. So 0.501. 0.501 times 2.0 minus 1.0 was 0.002. In theory, is the difference there. So in theory, going from 0.5 to 0.501 means going from almost 0 to 0.002. The reason I did that is because we already know that 0.00000000000000001 is not enough to make this engage. We can't bypass this because Fab's bias is never less than this amount. But I am pretty certain. So 0.501 will make Fab's bias be 0.002. if we have 001 be the cutoff, we should be able to set it to exactly 0.5 and then get our audio back because it will have bypassed itself. And if we can make that work, we can apply it to the VST as well, and then most of the time it'll be doing something. But this is the part that shows us it's doing something. And by doing something, I mean muting itself. So we'll try this one more time and see whether that got us there. And if we did that, then we're going to go and apply that same parameter to the VST. And then I'm going to go make another cup of coffee, do another pit stop, and I'll be back from noon onwards, and we're going to start putting all these things into process and producing plugins that I can distribute. And that'll be a whole complicated thing, but it's a different, separate, other complicated thing. For now, let's see if this worked. And I could make a larger dead zone, but I'm going to choose not to. Bias. This will produce silence unless bias is at exactly 0.5, and if I've done this correctly, we'll get audio out of it if bias is at exactly 0.5. We're having trouble getting to that point, but since it is an audio unit in twisted wave, I can hold down Option, and that'll give me a more fine-grained control. And we have proof of concept. Not only that, if I instantiate it, it will instantiate set to exactly 0.5, so it will start up without bias being part of the calculation. And only if you actually use it will you be stuck having it do something. And I say stuck, it's like, well, no, it's fine. It's fine having the extra layer of processing, but I don't have to apply it if I don't want to. So there you have it, really. I think we got there. Here's our cancellation of sound. I cancel sound by setting it to 0. Here's the calculation that we need to apply. Around here somewhere is the VST version. There it is. And this is the 32-bit version. Now that one will cancel itself. Then same deal here. It's going to be the same problem. Now the 64-bit bus version will cancel itself. Oh, hey, Sister Rose. How nice. Getting new guitar seems nice. I was doing guitar stuff in the very beginning of stream. So we do not have setting bias to 0 for the audio path in either of these. So it's probably time enough to hit build on this. And this should have all of my things. Although, did we? Yes, we did. See, this does the calculation here, and that's why I had to put that there. Ooh. We could also make all the doubly cancel itself if not in use. Because I feel it is possible that there will be people who will not want doubly. I mean, it's not really the true real thing. It's my hack of being able to make that sound. Yep, no. Doubly should be able to cancel itself. We're running logarithms and things. Multiple logarithms, in fact. Doubly should be able to cancel itself. So we got a little more to do. A little more to do. Yeah, well, my idea, Sister Rose, is I would like to have this be possible to strip down to very basic forms so that if you were throwing it on every track, but every track did not use every feature, then you'd be able to run it pretty efficiently. Like, suppose you're running it, and you're like, this needs to go on all of my tracks, but I'm not using biasing on all the tracks. Some of the tracks can just be assumed to be biased perfectly rather than over or under biased. Some of the tracks maybe won't use doubly, or maybe I don't like the sound of the Airwindows doubly. Some of the tracks won't use Flutter because the Flutter might not work for everybody. Or maybe I've got a stereo track that I don't want to just get wandery stereo image, or I don't like the fact that it does that. Then these things should be possible to cancel out. So we got doubly amount on the encode. What did I, outly amount, okay. And outly amount on the decode. So let's do that. In fact, we can even find it. Input sample L plus equals doubly times doubly amount. That's where we find this. And then we'll do the same test that we did before of finding out whether the floating point of calculation that we made on the thing is causing it to not be 0 anymore. That needs checking. And while we're at it, we might as well throw in more flags. That's what I'm calling a flag. It says, do the thing. Yeah, my favorite Geddy Lee sounds are definitely Rickenbackers. I still have work I'd like to do regarding getting a Rickenbacker tone in play that's going to work for me. I'm thinking I'm going to want to make a little physical circuit. There's a thing you can do that came out of the Craig Anderton Electronics for Musicians book. You can use 4049 hex inverter chips to make a very neat little overdrive. It's a little noisy, sadly, but you can use those, and in fact you can use them for filters and splitters and EQs, and I see no reason that I couldn't get a patch cable, with which I can plug into such a pedal, run the neck pickup into a rolled off distortion and the bridge pickup into a separate distortion that's the top end of the frequency range, and then combine the two, i.e. have a two-band EQ that splits the sound into two bands and then recombines them again, but give them separate inputs. That would work pretty well. And it would be fairly similar to what I've done with C-Rig Bass, but completely in the analog domain and with a nice little sort of MOSFET soft clip effect. And yeah, it took me years and years and years to be able to get to that. For so many years, I could not have a Rig Bass because it was completely out of my range. And then when it showed up in a music store, it was still pretty expensive, but it was kind of a monster. And I was able to get it that time, and so I did. Finally got there. Another one that I quite like is the Fender Mustang. Fender Mustang bass is a charming little device. I've got a Squier Mustang with a Mudbucker pickup. So let's see. I have things to do. Let's see whether this worked. So there. And then same deal. Oops. So if I do this, I should be able to have sound unless I turn the encode on. So we're going to find out whether this can ever bypass or whether it's busted and floating point numbers have come to my demise again. And we immediately have a problem. Probably because I didn't spell it that way. Let's find out what my problem is. Oh, wait, no, I know. I think. We're reusing that. We are reusing that for the decode. So we have to do the same thing that happened with head bump. The same thing, when I say we have to do the same thing that happened with head bump, what I mean is we're now declaring this variable that we try to use over and over again within an if statement. And if it doesn't succeed with the if statement, that variable is not there to be used. So we have to declare that variable outside the if statement and then only assign it if it is used. We can even assign it a value because we're going to immediately be overriding that. That's another one of those examples of, in the years I have been alive, I eventually became able to have some of those instruments. This is why I want to finish all of this stuff enough that I can actually go into the studio and be doing music recordings on these days rather than only coding. I'm going to get through all the coding. People need this stuff. But there will come a day when I can actually sit down and play an instrument. And that'll be rad. And back in the day when I was a little more able to do those things, before I got poor enough to not be able to do it again, I put a deposit down on a real live actual stick. And it took like 2-3 years for them to get around to building it because they don't build stuff very quick. But I was I was still able to afford it when it came time. And I have one. But I wasn't able to adapt myself to actually playing on a stick. So the next idea that I have in mind with that is simply to do what they call the double bass stringing of it. And what that means is you have your, deep low string, but rather than having only the base strings be the 4 strings in this direction, you make it set up so that you got like a 6-string base, set up like a 6-string base, and that is the other side. So the fingering ends up being the same as if you were just playing with hammer-ons. I do not know if I'm going to be able to use that either, but at some point I'm going to need to order the strings and try to set it up that way, because the way they design them is you have to use special strings and specially chosen weights of strings, because they're all supposed to have about the same amount of motion to bend a certain amount. So you can't just necessarily retune. If you just plain retuned, it wouldn't play quite the same. Mine needs a lot of help. I honestly need to get whatever stringing is in place and find some kind of way to adjust the truss rods, because mine drifts in terms of the action goes wrong on it, because I leave it unplayed because I can't play a stick. It's too hard. And with a bit of luck, using the bass stringing thing will make it so that I can actually play the instrument in at least a limited way. As I put it on some things, it was just like pulling teeth to figure out how to make the notes. I can play the notes, but I don't know where they are. Anyways, we need to test to see whether doubly amount can actually be 0 or not. And this time, it should build. And if this works, we can open up our test audio again, let it finish loading up as it wants to do. It's a little old computer that struggles with these things. Fire it up, and we will go back and forth between silence and sound if this works. Here's the silence part. Here's the sound part. And we should be able to go to 001. If that worked, decode amount should work too. So here we are. Now we have the encode, but the encode will bypass itself if not in use. And I need to apply that to, well, hang on. I could do both. See where it says outly amount? There. Slightly better commenting than my usual terrible job. This will not give me the problem that I got first, because this one does not try to define the term doubly. It already existed. Yeah, I didn't know those guys were going out on tour and doing that. I also didn't know that Adrian had Bill Bruford's kit. Although having read Bill Bruford's autobiography, I can see how he would have let other people have his instruments, like, oh no, go ahead and take this. I'm writing a book and then I'm done. And I'm doing scholarly lectures, which is what he has done. I've actually seen one of his scholarly lectures. I was late. I walked in after he was talking. And that was embarrassing. So that should work too. That will also work to some extent as just an ability to bring small amounts of that coloration in. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, and I read his book, which is very worth reading, by the way. It's a very interesting thing, but it also showed you a lot about the stuff he put up with, I guess I'd have to say. It's sometimes funny dealing with things like that. Let me see, copy. So I have the encode routine on tap. There's going to be a place where it says doubly encode, and here's how we replace all of that. Boop. And then we go to the 64-bit version, and it'll say the same thing. And we'll replace that too. Then we'll go back up to the top and go and find our decode routine. And here it is. I often like flagging this stuff with these little comments on either end of it. You know, I would, if I see that in the store, I'll grab it. I have to go and look up what that is, what Getty's book is. I go into a store which could very easily have it. Copy. In search of doubly decode. Where does doubly decode live? There it is. And again, I will amend it to have this stuff here. And then continue going. That stuff there. Appears correct. They seem to match. Save, build. Save, build. I will go and check just to make sure that I did in fact remove all the places where it says sound equals 0, and that looks to be the case. So here is the final state of 2-tape 7 with all of the individually disableable calculation modes and the changes that we've made, notably around the head bump stuff. So begin end encode, begin end Flutter, which can be bypassed, begin end bias, which can be bypassed, requires a special number because otherwise you can never get to 0. There's the basic algorithm. Here's the stuff that you have if everything else is switched off. You still get this, and in fact you still get to modify it. And maybe we'll play with a little bit of that just to see what it's like. And you get to bypass head bump if you want to. And then there's the decode. And then there is the post clip only stage. I think we got there. So now we're going to option drag some stuff around so that it can sit on the desktop, because I'm going to be wanting to use these, assuming that nothing terrible went wrong. And then we're going to put them in the place that they are supposed to go so that I can play with them and listen to what they do. Just like that. And we can probably close those at this point. We're going to have to copy over all of, well, at least the CPP files, if nothing else. In fact, no, we're going to have to copy all of this stuff over and kind of walk through some of the processes involved, but maybe not that many of the processes involved in making the signed versions. The complication of this whole system is really yikes, but it is what it is. So let's open up a different sound that'll be more conducive to hearing what mid-range is like. This shows me mid-range pretty well. So we can set a little chunk of this. Oh no, let's also have the guitars. What am I doing? Guitars reveal mid-range better than just bass and drums. And here is 2 tape 7. And so here, Flutter, bias, again, cancel that, head bump, cancel that, cancel this, cancel this. We've still got tape drive. Cancel this. So this is now a very minimal version of 2 tape. It doesn't have doubly, it doesn't have the head bump, it doesn't have flutter, it doesn't have bias. Everything's basically switched off except for the drive. And the output clip. So that's going to be a really efficient way of running a 2 tape style effect. But there's one thing that is still left. EncFreak affects the fundamental calculation of the 2 tape routine. So here's what you can do. So here's the sound of the bass section of 2 tape. And here's the sound of the highs section of 2 tape. And sure enough, that's different. That's not the same thing at all. So that makes it a kind of an interesting thing. This has always been the case with 2 tape, except for we don't always use the same frequency. In fact, it might be advantageous to dial this in differently before putting it out there into the world. Because EncFreak defaults to 0.5. And that's because it's part of the doubly algorithm, but that's not necessarily the frequency we use for 2 tape itself. We don't necessarily want this on all the highs. It's stepping on the highs in an interesting way. And it has its effectiveness. It's the way that the filter interacts with this. but we don't necessarily want to have this at the same frequency as doubly. And we just get that. That's the sound of the high part of the IIR filter. I dare say this still is going to be worth some fooling with, because mostly what we're doing is applying like the two-tape algorithm, which nothing else is working but the basic two-tape algorithm, normally has a frequency cutoff where it's applying this effect of the sound you can hear that doesn't sound the same as this. That's the top end of two-tape, which interestingly is why people like the sound of it. It's always been that way. That's the funny 1 minus cosine thing I do. Earlier on Tuesday, I was wondering greatly, like, can I replace this with another sine? Is this simply parallel distortions? And I tried to run some figures and so on, and I was like, hang on. I'm not sure that's quite the same as just running sine in both places. I think this is doing something else, and since this is part of the two-tape sound, I think we'll keep it. But I don't know if this is necessarily meant to be in the position it's in. It acts a little bit like how the head bump cutoff is engaging a roll-off, letting it not just boost low frequencies all the time. I feel as if it still makes sense for this to be tied to enc frequency, because it'll relate to how. So we might actually end up with some experimentation going on here. And we're clearly not done. The fact that I made copies of this for putting aside, and we're clearly not done. And that's fine, because the end result will be better once we truly and fully are done. But the next thing that needs to happen here is to take one of these controls, probably deck amount, and work out where the difference between the doubly encode frequency and the two-tape crossover frequency between regular distortion and this funny effect that's supposed to only be happening on the highest highs. Another thing that happens is when you're filtering that hard, what you're doing is taking away the ability to be super duper loud. So we're essentially producing a different contour. If we have the drive very, very faint, we end up going back and forth between the high frequency contour and the essentially sine-based contour. And it'll be kind of like this. That's interesting. Up to a certain point, it doesn't sound wildly different. Only once we get to a certain point does it start to act different. So I wonder whether maybe my initial suspicion was correct. There's the sine. And there's the highs. A little bit louder. There's the sine. It's bigger and fuller sounding. But here's oh, that's funny. So I think what I'm going to do is apply that and have a peek at what it looks like. And then it's definitely going to be time for me to go and make a final cup of coffee for the day. Take my little pit stop, as I will often do. I guess I call it often. I'm an old man. I need to go pee periodically. So first we look at what it did to our sound, Mom. And then we'll undo that. So that's what we got out of this. Here's what it looks like when it's distorting. So there's a thing. It's looking almost like there's a kind of wraparound. Here's another. This is clearly a big flat top, but look at what it did. So the highs section of to tape looks to be trying to go into a, rather than flat topping, it's like it is inverting again. And the peaks beyond a certain stage wrap around and go this way instead. See what that looks like? See how it looks like there's flat tops, like as if it would go into full distortion, but then rather than going over the top of this wave, it acts like this stuff inverts and comes back in this way. That probably is what I want out of the high frequency, which I stop from being loud enough to really do this with by filtering. And what we're doing is eliminating the filtering now and then pushing the gain. And we're seeing what that did when we go there. And we're seeing a pretty consistent look where we can see the largest waves. And where the bigger waves would go. It's flat topped, but rather than flat topped in such a way that it just cuts off, it's like it's doing a funny sort of reflecting the highs down into here instead. So clearly the thing that I must do is find where that position needs to kick in terms of filtering. Because here's the thing, if I take a waveform, if I take audio, run it into this thing, where the low frequency stuff simply goes into a filtered soft clip, a sine-based soft clip, that will just flatten all the tops. There's nothing wrong with that, that's fine. This routine, on the other hand, is acting like it is reflecting the sounds back down again, meaning that they don't actually go away when they clip. Instead, a thing kicks in where it's pulling down their levels but allowing those high frequency wiggles to still be there. But it wants to do that on low frequency waves. It wants to do that only past a certain point. It's like there's a wavefold in there or something, which I'm not sure is technically what's happening, but we'll find out. But when you filter between the low frequency stuff that goes into the sine and the high frequency stuff that goes into this, and then you don't further boost the highs, or if you don't boost them crazy much, they're not going to hit this stage as easily, are they? Instead, the highs are going to hit this stage more reluctantly. And here's our original waveform and what it looked like. So what we end up getting is we're like reflecting some of this stuff down to act like inverse or whatever, and that's the sound of to tape. And I'm going to get back to you because we have to go into at least pulling out the 2-tip-7. We must do a little exploration. And I will do the little exploration after I have got my other cup of coffee and resigned myself to doing it. And also looked up some of what I might learn. I want to know what the original versions of 2-tape were like. That is something that I would like. I feel certain that that frequency is a set frequency, but I doubt it's what the doubly frequency was. Back in a bit. There are days when there is much sand, and there is days when there is not nearly enough sand. And this is a day of not enough sand. But I found a thing. This is a box of herbal tea, a variation on sleepy time. And it has a kind of mint, even if it's not peppermint. So maybe it will help keep the annoying flies away from my face. And then I can focus. And then also, we got some interesting work to do up here. Here's the thing. Here's the original 2-tape. Here's our various controls, and oh, look at that. Bias can go from -1 to +1. Doubly amount is this, our ink freak is that, and the other. And we've got a parameter in here somewhere that relates to a thing we're doing. That's a very vague statement. But it's true. We have a parameter that relates to something we're doing. You know something? Once I finish making my coffee, I swear to God, I'm going to make a cup of this Sleepy Time Throat Tamer. And although my choking and coughing is mostly because of problems with my lungs, maybe it will make my throat feel better. That might be nice. And it's also a nice relaxing herbal tea to have, so there is that. But for the time being, I'm looking at my controls on OBS and flashing and working in a weird way. Everything's a little off the hook today, but we might be in with a bit of luck as far as these further explorations leading to something worth having. And here's the thing. I got to find where some of this is done. In fact, I should probably open up the other one. This qualifies as the other one. Because IIR mid-roller L and ink frequency, what we were doing above was to not even use doubly at all. Doubly uses the same basic principle as this. It'll do a cutoff through using its IIR filter. And as such, the difference between the brightness and the base, shown by going between the two extremes, that's the same cutoff that you get in doubly. But we don't necessarily need to have it be exactly the same cutoff. We can manipulate it as follows. When IIR ink frequency is extremely low, it's a low frequency cutoff. It's keeping most of IIR mid-roller L and adding only a small amount of the input signal coming in. When it's cranked up all the way, then it's always just the input signal coming in. And it's a place in the upper mids or highs where this kind of belongs. So what we're going to do is this, and we're going to start with this version. Because we only have to change it in one place, 2 places. Now, what is IR mid-frequency, I hear you ask? Doesn't exist yet. But when it does, there will be an interesting thing to discover. And then it just becomes a question of how we go about doing all this. I'm also wondering about this a little bit. I found a bug. See, that's multiplied by 115 and then divided by overall scale. But if you were running at only 44.1K, it would be possible to make that exceed 1, meaning that the routine would break. And although I don't think it's actually very useful, either to run at 44.1K or to crank that frequency up all the way as far as it'll go, the fact that that would break something means I should have there be a bailout that fixes it. So we're going to put that in all of these places. Like there. It doesn't get to go larger than 1. And then we're going to see whether there's another one similar to it. And that's going to be a no. IR deck frequency doesn't actually change. I just increased the first one. That was part of how I was getting it to sound like the real Studer. So what I'm staring at now is something a little bit like this. I can make these adjustments be separate. I can make these adjustments be separate, or I can make them be exactly the same. And I can bring in the doubly, which I know needs to center on, well, I was going to do a thing. Hang on. I was totally going to do a thing. Let's go back as far as we can. Here's the 2-tape-5 algorithm, and it's going to have some of the same stuff in it. It's going to have IR mid-roller, and you can see that it works about the same, although it has some little details like noise generators and things in it. Also, here's where that 1 minus cosine thing came from. But in this case, I'm pretty sure what we're going to see, and it's a strange one because this is like interleaved in this weird and complicated way. Roll amount is the same thing as our filter that's now controllable, but I don't think this is actually set up to be controllable. I think roll amount, oh God, stop that. I'm telling it politely to stop it. Oh, for heaven's sake. Go back. There. Let's get back to what I was looking at before everything went horribly wrong on me all of a sudden. My mistake was trying to copy a thing. Oh, looks like we even attempted to do a Flutter back then. So, our mid-roller, except for that it is a interleaved 3 ways, which is bad and makes no sense whatsoever, but we don't have to keep doing that. I think the second version was interleaved twice. Roll amount. Now that is interesting. What is that? That's going to be some kind of fixed thing. This probably defaults to what I consider to be normal. Soften control. Softer would be the relevant question here. Oh, it's defaulting to 0. That's not good. I don't like that. So there was always a degree of ability to affect this. Let's see if it changed for 2-tape 5, or 2-tape 6 rather. Feel that that's one of our weird experimental zones. That one starts at 0.5. That feels a little more plausible. So we start at 0.5. Soften control, 0.5 multiplied by itself makes it 0.25. So we're going to run a little math here to get the end result that we had. I want to see how unusual it is compared to what we're currently doing now. So 0.25 times 0.45 equals 1125. Roll amount equals 1 minus 1125. $8,875. So roll amount, that's actually going to be kind of high frequency, isn't it? Push it real far, and you can make it go as high as close to 0.5. Because soften control will go all the way to 1. And then 1 minus 0.45. And then again, divided by overall scale scales everything down, but we're going to try to calculate it out in such a way that it would work even at 44.1K. That said, the 2-tape high frequency section does not cross over nearly as low as the doubly control normally does. Having the high frequency roll go as high as like 0.8875, that's a lot of original sound in there. That's letting through almost none of the lows. And that gives me an idea. So we can close this now. So we can be very confident now in doing this. We need to have one of these. So we need one of those, but we don't need them to be the same, but it probably makes sense to have it be some proportion of where we set the doubly amount, which crosses over way lower. I mean the doubly enc frequency, I should say, which crosses over way lower. What I'm looking to eventually do here is to, okay, so let's do the following thing. This is all stuff that we're doing at the last minute. Our decode frequency. What I'm going to want to do is set up doubly to work as stock at the correct amounts, and then have a dedicated control which can be parameter J. It'll be the decode frequency, but I'm going to set the decode frequency to be this. Let's assume that it is always middle, like default setting. We're going to assume that it's always default setting. We're going to put it into place. We'll maybe end up turning up some of these. And we're now going to use parameter J, which is not being used anymore, to do something else with. Up here. So if we turned it up all the way, we would be defeating the... Increasing the control will make the crossover go brighter. What that means is now I'm just trying to figure out what else to do. Because I could do this in two different directions. And that'll probably cover it. So now if we have the parameter J all the way down to 0, then the mid frequency, rather than being IR enc frequency, because it'll be 0, becomes 1. It's 1 minus 0. If parameter j is cranked up all the way, then it will be the enc frequency, which is lower than we want it. So this is now, hang on. Let's do it the other way around. Be patient with me, I'll get there. He says with great optimism. Okay, backwards. Now, if it is cranked up all the way, then the value is always 1. It is always maximum. It is always... Well, I'll show you. Let me show you. We have now removed j from the calculation. And here we are with our noisy metal. Not really metal. And now, so what is it? Decode frequency? So I'm trying to figure out what I did. We're using param j. We're supposed to be doing a something somewhere that allows us to distinguish between these two cutoffs. Mid frequency is a something. Basic algorithm. Mid-frequency. It built, so we're using it. Mid-roller, high sample and low sample. This should be able to switch between running everything through just the low end of the tape control and the high end, which has that different behavior. So let's go back in here and see if we can find what this is even doing. So if param j is 0, then we have maximal mid-frequency equals enc frequency. Enc frequency is the one, maybe some of the behavior was because we were boosting it too far. Stranger things have happened. Let's see what we got. So dec frequency, and which one were we using? Enc frequency, which is a frequency control, so that is param b. Amount can be left off, so this should, with this at 0 and this at 0, I'll have one result, and with this at 1, there should be obviously different other result. And there you have it. So enc frequency, I get to cut it off completely so the highs are, everything is being routed through the highs, or I can crank it up like this to make everything routed through the lows. Now as I manipulate that, see, all lows, only highs. But if I manipulate this, we stop being able to run that crossover as low. Doesn't do anything here. But if we do this, we are no longer able to run the highs over the full band. Instead, we start getting lows coming through. Up to totally lows coming through. So what's happening with this configuration of the controls and the everything is we get to run the encode frequency as high or as low as we want, and a default setting for it is in fact 0.5. That's enough to where it's getting the normal two-tape sound, but it's no longer necessarily mapped to the same thing that the doubly filter is. So what's going to happen as I continue to walk through this stuff, if I set encode amount, encode frequency, and decode amount all to 0.5, I then have default doubly. I can even enhance it a little bit. At that point, if I manipulate the decode frequency, that's going to change the mid-roller filter from same as doubly, which is a lower frequency crossover than two-tape usually uses, to a crossover that is so high that effectively there is no two-tape anymore, and it's just a simple sine roll-off. And there might be a position in the middle of there that sounds nice. If there is, that's the one I want. The thing I was doing with the calculator was working out where typically I would have that particular filter engaged, knowing that it's probably not the same roll-off that I had on doubly, that it's probably a higher frequency thing. Let's do the thing. See whether it shows us anything useful. Okay, doubly is now engaged. We can slam the tape if it helps us. Decode frequency on doubly is what you normally get for doubly. We're not doing Flutter, we're not doing head bump, we're only doing the default. As I change it, it will start rolling the crossover inside the two-tape algorithm higher and higher, because it's starting out at the doubly frequency, which is arguably too low. So what's probably going to happen as I do this, and it might or might not be hard to hear. In fact, maybe I will select a larger chunk of this. What's going to happen is the difference between the high frequency section of doubly and the low frequency section is the low frequency is just a straight up overdrive. It can go louder. It's a sort of softened, because it's rolling off before going into the clip, so it's also functioning as a aliasing reduction technique. But it is a dense solid sound, whereas the high frequency one is letting through highs in a funny sort of way where they're processed to an extent, but it's meant to be just dropping it back to where, a little hard to describe, like it lets some highs through, but it's a very different algorithm than a simple overdrive, and the combination between those two things is what gives two-tape its sound. We're currently using the stock sound for doubly, and doubly is in fact engaged in its stock settings, which is what we arrived at when trying to dial it into the Studer type sound. So the question is, how is this going to change its noise as it plays, and I fool with this control in the very bottom, which is no longer linked to doubly anymore. Now it's an internal calculation that needs to be a factor of the enc frequency, which is part of doubly. But it needs to be a factor in a sense where it like scales with where I put the doubly encode. Because in the absence of having a dedicated control for only that, which would be possible too, it needs to be voiced higher than this control was. And in fact, if I get it, I can start playing with this and hearing how that changes the sound too. So ain't nothing to it but to do it. Let's fire this up and see what noises it makes. We're going to start with the basic sound. And this should make the upper, mid-range, and high frequencies become a little louder and more saturated. So the difference I'm trying to listen for here is a way in which the highs kind of lose solidity. And this is also subtle. There's very little chance that you're going to actually hear it over my microphone here. I'm not running straight through to the stream or anything, and even if I did, that would be really hard to hear. But if things work out here, I can find, just by sort of, maybe I'll push the drive a little bit more too. We'll overdrive everything and see what that makes it sound like, because it had better sound good when you slam it. That might be just the ticket. Let's give that a try. So in pushing it that hard, what I'm hearing is that it does indeed sound like it's crossing over too low when set to actual 0, and set to 1, I'm clearly switching all the way over to a straight up saturation routine. But I feel like there's a zone in the middle there where I push it super, super loud. Let's push it even louder. Let's push it to 1.0 or full crank. And then I'm going to try to listen for a place where it sounds and feels like analog tape is just being battered into submission in a rather unpleasant way, and see whether I can get it to act like it's at a good frequency. If I can find that, I can start playing with enc frequency and see whether that does anything interesting or useful. We might be looking at another magic number scenario. Let's see how close I can get to a particular constant and whether it sounds nice. And then I'll move around enc frequency a little bit, see what that does. $3.819. Nice. So the number we're looking at for there is, in fact, the inverse of the golden ratio. That seems to give me exactly the balance I need. It seemed to me as if it was locking into focus right there. I feel like that's going to be a plausible answer. And not everything can be literally the golden ratio. Sometimes it is the complement of it, like 1 minus the golden ratio. So where's that going to sit? Well, firstly, we'll quit out of there. So if that works, and I need to go and find the other version of it, but for now, so this is just temporary. That's how you do an inverse of a golden ratio. So mid-frequency does in fact work out to be golden ratio of literally the encode frequency. That's interesting. I guess we'll check it and find out make sure that it's correct. And I got to go and find the rest of my stuff. So let's go and find the rest of my stuff. Show me the rest of my stuff. I want a long form number for this. And I believe I have got one. Let's see if it is as big as, oh, no, there we go. Weird. Oh, no, that's not actually the one, is it? That's a whole separate thing. That is by accident. Tabs in Big Amp don't actually contain the golden ratio. That just happens to start with 0.381. But this, on the other hand, does. And there's channel 9 apparently is another thing similar to... Oh, no, wait. No, this would be the one. Nearest, damn it. It doesn't actually have to be this focused. So that ought to give me the desired end result. I'm just thinking about it a little bit to see whether or not whether this is making sense. I think I reversed the polarities of the neutron flows enough that this does actually make sense. Well, one way to find out. If it still gives me the tone qualities that I found, then we're good. That should be about, well, hang on though, whoa, 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 whoa. Do you see the bug? I see a bug. Do you see the bug? This no longer adapts to overall scale properly. Let us instead... Well, no, wait, hang on, slow down. What the actual hell? Yikes. So this is worrying. I think I know how to get around the problem I'm facing here. Maybe I don't actually want to stagger the frequencies now. Let's get into a little hacking. I'm worried at what I'm about to do. And yet I feel as if maybe this is what I should do. So that one goes just from 0 to 1. And this one, maybe we don't need as much of a silliness of exactness here. Why don't we just simplify it somewhat so that I can code the rest of it appropriately? Then see, you see? There's your problem. So they all converge on 1. And the only thing I am now wondering is whether I've screwed it all up somehow. But the bug in that, and you know, if the track I'm looking at is in fact 44.1K, this doesn't matter, and this calculation doesn't turn out to be wrong. But if the track I'm fooling with is not 44.1K, everything's wrong. It's 44.1K. And that means that this calculation is not in fact wrong. Maybe. Because what we have done is make a thing where we're doing one of those dry wet style crossfades. I'm gonna go and make a cup of coffee. Or not coffee. I'm gonna go and make a cup of herbal tea. I can't have any more coffee. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But I gotta get my way through all of this nonsense somehow, so we're gonna briefly throw on some kind of noise for anybody who's fool enough to still be here. And I'll be right back. As in even more right back than usual. Okay, so now I've got water boiling for a cup of tea. Once I hear that that is successfully boiled, I'll go and pour the cup of tea and bring it over, and then I'll go and put some stevia in it to sweeten it once it's finished brewing. But here's what we're looking at here, which is our mid frequency. I have yet to translate all of this stuff to the VST version, so I'm going to need to do that flawlessly. Makes me want to drink more coffee, but that's not going to be a thing. But what this is doing is making mid-frequency crossover higher than encode frequency. But they're both being scaled down to correctly do the right frequency cutoff at higher sample rates. So my next trick is not so much going to Discord with Welcome Home again, so much as trying to get it to make it sound and then running those variations on alien kittens that go from 44.1K all the way up to 192. And the purpose will be to try to see whether it sounds the same each time. That's really where the rubber meets the road there. But the way this is doing its thing, and again, this is for beginning programmers and people who want to do this and don't know how. The way this is doing its thing with the little golden ratio nonsense in there, it is simply taking the same starting point, and if you went from 0 to 1 on the encode frequency, that's all well and good. But if you multiplied it by 0.618, you would go from 0 to 0.618. You'd go from there to the golden ratio over the same travel. Thing is, when we add 0.382 at the end of it, we are then going from a much higher frequency cutoff, which corresponds to the mid-roller thing, to basically full crank. And then when we do overall scale, that is just sort of taking the same value each time and applying it. And why it was a bug, first off, was because it was taking the end result, doing the same thing to it, meaning that the mid-frequency, if I was running at 192K, it would start crossing over way, 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 way higher than it should, because the scaling would have been done going into the calculation, and then the calculation would be done as if it was across the overall sample rate rather than having the filtering sit at about the right place for the filtering. This is very complicated to explain. I'm sorry. But this should, in theory, and am I even using spacing for anything, or is that just nonsense? Oh, I bet I'm using it for something. Yeah, I bet that's the 80 clip. So I'm going to scooch over, and I think that my water has boiled successfully now, so I'm going to pour it onto the tea and then bring the tea with me. Once that's finished steeping, I'm going to put some sweetener in it and go and drink it. Why did that not do anything? Because I am in Chromium. That's why it didn't do anything. I don't know why I'm suddenly in Chromium, but I click here, then I can put a brief little burst of background noise so that I can go and do my thing. herbal tea. Lovely smelling. It is a incredibly antique tea bag of Celestial Seasonings Sleepy Time Throat Soother. So if I suddenly start talking like James Earl Jones, you'll know that it's wrong and broken. But hopefully it's not broken. Hopefully it's good herbal tea that will be pleasing and satisfying. And it's got to sit around steeping for a little while. So here we are. Here's the IIR mid-frequency thing that we needed. We've also reverted the encode frequency to match the decode frequency, because that's how it's supposed to run. And we're going to do a quick little build and see what we get. Except for we can't do that, can we? Because the program is open. Let's try that again. Usually it won't let you replace things. Could I have put it in the wrong place? I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, is there a VST in there? No. I mean, is there a component in there? And the answer would be no. All right, let's see if we have the same vibe as it was when we left it. If so, then we start throwing alien kittens at it at different sample rates and seeing what it does. Brace yourself for loud. Legit. I've had to turn the speakers down quite a bit, and it was still blowing the hell out of the recording. Or the stream, rather. But that gives you some sense of what it's like. So there's that. I also know I have a darker sound going into the stream. I also have a quick question from Tropical Banana Man. 2 submixes routed to another bus submix. 2 subouts going to another sub in. I'll try it and find out. The deal with console 8 is if you start doing it incorrectly, then the high frequency filtering will not be accurate. Maybe you don't care. If you have everything going through 2 levels of console 8 sub mix, that's probably bad. If you only have a little bit of stuff going through 2 levels of sub mix, you're probably fine. The purpose of being fussy about the amount of submixes, beyond the fact that you're going to lose some clarity and things are going to get a little more congested and distorted, the reason to even care about that at all is because when you line it up exactly right in console 8 with channel, sub, bus, with all of the plugins there, you can get a very accurate high frequency extension right up through the Nyquist frequency, because all of the aliasing suppression filters add up just right. When you run through multiple console 8 subs, it's going to stop making them add up. Most likely it will make it be darker than you need. When they're perfectly exact and there's only one console 8 sub, then it should have extended high frequencies and balance out pretty well. So that's the only answer. Grabbing my herbal tea, trying to get the tea bag not to sink. A little bit more air to fluff in there. So we have now established that we're getting a pretty decent overly slammed sound out of this one track. But this is not the only track. That is not the place I tried to click on. We've got some variations on this song. And we want to hear whether it's acting the same. We're also going to want to see whether or not this is too loud again. But that's easy to find out. Let's just hit it. And then let's distort it. Okay, turned it down enough. If I click into the middle here, so I should be getting a roughly similar behavior even at a wildly different sample rate if this is coded correctly. I hear how the highs are kind of hitting. And let's see what happens when we throw a much higher sample rate at it. So high, in fact, that I have to be patient and wait for it all to load. Or the program will become unhappy and maybe crash. So there was a certain sort of scrunchy tone out of there, and the highs were getting clipped in a certain kind of way, and if we did it like this, I feel like that's close enough that I'm willing to believe that it is the correct way of setting all this up. I could also play with the encode frequency now that I have it at an exact ratio of the two frequencies. So what I feel like I'm hearing, although this is not an appropriate track to really check that with, it feels like if I drop encode frequency, which is also dropping mid-roller frequency and is bringing more low frequencies into the doubly encode, making it be louder and causing it to project more. It's giving a sort of expanded compressy kind of quality, whereas if I bring it up, I start to get a more dense, saturated, darker quality. It's like, hyped to confined, if that makes any sense. Although this alone would not be actually the way to go about that. However, I think I have successfully steeped my herbal tea to the point where let's go and add some stevia to that and then go drink it. So while I do that, I'm going to throw a little bit of music on, and I will be right back for values of right back that are a lot quicker than usual when I step away from the camera. Alrighty. Lovely. Oh no, it's not a throat tamer at all. My throat is attacking me. Ah! I'm just fooling. It's fine. And so is this. So I feel like the next step is to fire up something else. Alien Kittens is all very well and good, but it's not giving me the kind of picture into the mid-range that Discord does, even though that's an older track, but it's a very intensely compressed mid-range on this track, and it's got a bunch of guitars and things on it. So that helps me hear some of this stuff. As we're playing with it, maybe we'll try a more intense version of doubly. We toned doubly down specifically for the purpose of, let's try a golden version of doubly. Let's see what it sounds like when we do this. Gotta love throwing golden ratio into silly places. And then encode frequency is the one that we're manipulating. And then tape drive is how hard we're pushing everything. So this is nice and saturated and does in fact sound loud and dense, like pushing into we got no flutter, we got no head bump, but it does sound kind of like pushing into a tape too hard and having it soak up stuff appropriately. The reason I'm using Discord Welcome Home for this one is because it's so loud and everything is louder than everything else and it's all compressed and stuff. And so if this produces garbage out of the tape emulation, it should be fairly obvious because it will be constantly driving it into unpleasant noises or allowing it to stay pleasant noises even when we saturate it fairly heavily. Then the point becomes moving the encode frequency, which will also move the mid-roller frequency, but at that proportion that we use, and hearing what we get out of it. So I feel like what I'm observing there, although this is all very touchy and subtle, I hope this gets used by people with a better ear than me so that they can actually get mileage out of it and stuff. It felt like turning encode frequency down lowers the frequency of when doubly kicks in. And doubly is, of course, a boost, and the doubly is, of course, also a U-log compression. So if they perfectly match, then the compressions are supposed to cancel out. But if we cross over the encode lower, what should be happening, and it sounds as if it is in fact happening, lower frequencies are sneaking into the encode and not being decoded on the other end. And what that's going to do is cause mid-range frequencies to be kind of expanding outwards in this, becoming louder. I shouldn't say expanding outwards. Becoming louder in this compressy way that gives a certain sort of bloom and intensity to things. When I push encode frequency up, that's causing it to cross over lower for the decode, and the encode is crossing over higher. And the whole thing is also interacting with the two-tape fundamental algorithm. So there's that. It's making the tape algorithm cross over higher as well. And it's like crossing over the encode frequency higher causes it to be a sort of denser, more enclosed, more studio-y kind of, I don't know, late 70s kind of sound. There's a whole texture thing that is not obvious, that is subtly having its effect. And that could well become handy. It's the sort of thing you could also do with bias or EQ or whatever, but it's happening in a rather special way. So with that, it's sort of expanded more, and it's kind of grungy and disassociated and more of a wash, a sort of weird wave of sound going across. There's a certain thickness to it, but there's also a certain dirtiness to it. You can hear like the click of the kick drum, which is not normally, it's a dirty sounding click on the kick drum, even though everything is wildly distorted. Whereas if you go in the other direction, things get tighter and more confined. It sounds like everything's a little bit wrapped up, enclosed. There's this darkness and solidity to it. And that's because the doubly decode is in play. But the encode is crossing over too high, so there's not as much encode, and then the decode is kicking in and darkening at a place where it shouldn't. And then, of course, the balanced point is more accurately what it's supposed to sound like. And doing it all at 0.618 is arguably too much doubly. But there's no problem with that, that's fine. I want to be able to hear what it's doing, even if the decode might be over decoding and doing too much. So it sounds like what it's doing at these incredibly elevated levels is when the encode frequency drops down low enough, it starts getting sloppy sounding. And it sounds like the drums are bigger but being hit more sloppily with a slower attack. When the frequency ramps up, it sounds like the crispness and quickness of the drum hits are greater. But everything gets a little dark and small. I'm going to now hear what it sounds like at a lower level of boost, where things like the snare are a little bit enclosed, a little bit saturated, but not all that much saturated. I'm feeling the difference. I'm feeling the difference. It feels like it does get sloppier as the mismatch goes in the one direction, and it does get tighter when the mismatch goes in the other direction, which is largely about the frequencies because lower is going to let through more into the doubly encoding. It should do about the same thing with similar frequencies but varying amounts, and that probably needs to be the next experiment. So setting it up so that I can basically hear how the snare is hitting, and default settings rather than the boosty settings. But we're now going to play with a decode amount. Less amount or no amount means everything is going to be all hyped and sparkly sounding. Like that Terry Manning record he talks about that he wouldn't say which one it was. More, assuming that 0.618 is still working and not doing overkill, should clamp down on the sound in such a way that it becomes enclosed and boxy and maybe tighter and quicker sounding. Yeah, it's no longer as much about frequency now, but it does seem to be able to do the same basic thing of if I start pushing it real hard, what ends up happening, maybe over the, I haven't actually listened to the high frequencies as clearly. The previous one would have shown me differences in the mid-range because it's crossing over lower or higher at about the same encode and decode amount. If I in fact don't do that, but instead use disparities between encode and decode amount, I can do this now with encode amount. What should happen, rather than it showing up in the mid-range, I should also be hearing a striking change in the highs, because the overall quality is going to be either boosted or cut. And then the compensation doesn't keep up. But rather than having the frequency be different so it comes in the mid-range, it should affect the overall top of everything, including, sibilants, cymbals. So I need to run this again and instead listen to what the cymbals are doing and that kind of thing. So what if we also boosted frequency as well? If amount is larger, that's causing the encode to be more intense, but then if frequency is higher, it starts at a higher frequency. We should be able to boost both of these things together and have most of the effect happen up in the highs, not so much in the mid-ranges. Okay, so what I think I just heard there does seem to have worked the way I'd hoped. What was going on was that I was getting more highs onto it. I was hyping them and boosting them, but then I was raising the frequency so that the mid-ranges didn't get as affected. And I feel like I heard some of the bright sparkliness coming out as a factor of the compression being overboosted relative to the decode and happening at higher frequencies. So the next thing I wonder is whether I can dial that in and then full width the bias, which I have not currently touched, and use that to hype out highs, much like the old Telefunken one that we had as a possible reference. Bring everything in. So that's neat. There's a thing. So I'm using an instance of 2tape both to make it be a whole bunch louder, more louder than it really needs to ever be. But I'm also using the doubly encode and frequency to hype out the extreme highs more than they otherwise were. I'm under-biasing it slightly to bring even more highs to play, bringing in a head bump at a little under 70 hertz without completely going hog wild with it, but enough to rein in that super low frequency thump that was sneaking in there. And then I've got just a hint of flutter without there being all that much. So all of the features of 2tape 7 are engaged here. Let me quickly do a rough volume equalization. So we can do this. Back up to normal volume. There's the bypass and everything. And without doing any significant overs, because there's clip only 2 on the output of it, we can switch between these two sounds from the original sound that was already kind of pushed as hard as I could at the time. And I'll hit bypass, and we'll switch over to a brighter and more hyped tape style sound that I can probably dial this back a hair. Using all of these things to just kind of optimize. And I hope to be able to use this on the output of mixes and things to literally mix 2tape, but also be able to bring it in for the thing we were talking about earlier with regard to that guitar track and running equalizers off of the guitar track pre-tape so that you hit the tape with a sculpted sound to optimize the way that it works. And you should be able to do all of these things in the box. And within 3 weeks or so, you will indeed be able to do that, at least with this. Cool. It is 2:17 p.m. and I think that's going to work. I think that will work. I think we're going to be able to have a better two-tape in, it's going to be in a couple of weeks. I will drop the bias plugin first. And given that that gives me another week to tinker over this, I should be able to test it out a little bit and see whether or not I need to do even more to try to refine it. And then just for fun, let's put all of the controls back to defaults. Remembering, of course, that default Flutter is actually 0.25. We'll leave that alone. So if we do all of these with whatever head bump frequency we want, we'll leave it the same way. It will start up like this. Engage. Cool. Set to default settings, it's certainly not producing a weird hypey distortion of anything. It's not changing the sound that much, even though it's got like the head bump and everything geared in. Neat, neat. I am essentially, well, one further thing I could do. As long as we have now got that redone, we now have the new version of the plugin, assuming, of course, that it is the audio unit version. It is not. Never mind. Let's go and update the VST version as well, shall we? Before touching this. I spoke too soon. Here is the VST version. How many things must I change? How far ahead have I got? Well, I don't even have mid-gain yet, but that's easily done. I just have to take these two things and then change them over to B from param B. Just as for param B. It's a very old joke. So double IR and frequency. That ought to do it. What else have we got? We're tightening up the spacing a little bit, but not there. That looks the same. All of that looks about the same. Let's start off by making sure this corresponds to both the places it needs to be. There we are. And if we haven't got that, we probably haven't got the rest of it either. But the day is actually not young at all. The day is old. It's getting on towards 2:30. But we shall continue until we get there. That looks the same. Do we have anything more here? Nope, that looks the same. That wouldn't have changed. That's the differences between these. That looks like I've already got this taken care of. So it looks like the IAR mid frequency is the new change. And that's largely up here. That looks the same. That's not going to have changed. That looks the same. But here's where this needs to change. See, IR mid-frequency, not ENC frequency. We have a dedicated special value now. And it appears there and there. And that probably does it. Let's see. But remembering, we can't just do it in one place. We have 32-bit and 64-bit in the VST. I'm just squinting at everything, trying to see whether I can spot any changes that need to be accounted for, but I think that about covers it. Sometimes this stuff gets away with you. You spot something or miss something, and then it acts all weird, and it takes forever to figure out what it does. But in this case, we're probably good. Probably good. Been ages since we made those. Here's the recentest version of the AU. And around here somewhere is the recentest version of the VST. And once I have copied that in, we can re-listen to what we started with in the very beginning of the day, which is running a guitar sound through it. After converting to stereo. because you see the effect stack use the VST version. Yeah, I can drop frequency and make it be a little bit sloppier. Okay. That's fun. Oh, it's wanting me to do something. Hang on. Please show me the thing that I'm not going to agree to. Boom. There we go. And there is 2 tape 7. And here we are. Scooching this over a little bit. So I'll tell you what we're going to do for the end bit of the day, now that we have got a version of 2 tape 7 that's quite a bit better than we had on Tuesday. I think that's really solved some things that needed solving and gained some possibilities that weren't really there before. So I'm pretty happy with that. I don't even remember all the details of everything that I needed to change. I just remembered that there was a, let's see, so I needed to bypass everything, and some of that other stuff just came to light while I started working on it. So this seems like a good direction to go in. And I drank so much coffee that I need to go off and do another pit stop. I could probably finish the last little bits of my herbal tea. And then rinse up my cup, go have my pit stop. I'll put on some music and just take a bit of a breath. And then when I come back, we're going to generate the Windows VST in both 32 and 64-bit versions. We're going to generate the Linux version. We're going to generate the Raspberry Pi Linux version. And then we're going to bring over all the code and do a little quick checking to see whether I can simply bring the C++ files into the existing and completely reworked signed plugin building. So, like, if the H file is exactly the same as it was before, what I can do is do the changes I must make in the CPP file, and then swap in only the changed CPP file and rebuild, and I'll have the signed ones, and then I'll be ready to first put out the bias thing, and then the actual 2 tape, And that'll be very cool. So that is for the rest of the day. Probably won't be too grueling. I just have to do it all perfectly or something will go wrong. But for the time being, I will put on a bit of music. Let's not do Taming this Oxen again this time. Let's do something else. How about this recent one? Here's one that I would quite like to remix. And I'm sure I will. But what I want to do is load in copies of 2Tape 7 on everything and then see how that changes the quality of it. Technically, oh no, wait, no, I can't. I don't have it on this computer yet. That's what I'll be doing for the rest of the afternoon. So because I don't have it on this computer yet, I will let you hear it just as it currently stands. And I'll be back in a bit. Or wait, hang on. And I'll be back in a bit once I set it up so that you can actually hear it. Well, alrighty then. Just time for the track to finish up. And just time to do a bunch of stuff in here, which I don't technically need the optical cable anymore. So I'm going to put it back. Move a little closer to the end of my day where I will be doing this. Here's the thing. I have always had a tendency of watching like garbage Gordon Ramsay reality show dramas, and while I have my tacos. And then I ran into a situation where I had a bit of a conflict with a politics streamer who was like banning me and stuff for sassing his craving for even more horrible reality drama. And I wondered whether that was even really a thing that I should be doing. And so now, rather than doing the next instance of the Gordon Ramsay Hell's Kitchen through the many seasons that they have, I roll these dice. One of them is 12-sided and one of them is 10-sided. And it gives me a random number that corresponds to a collection of GDC videos I've got. GDC is Game Developers Conference. So what that technically means is, rather than working my way one at a time through a thing, I have this collection of 120 GDC videos about game programming. And I'm randomly rolling one, and then I'll put that on and I'll eat my tacos watching game developers talk about stuff that they have done that they are excited about and happy about. Or a variety of different things. Like, there's a bunch of different options as far as GDC videos go. I don't have access to all the fancy vaults. Like, you can pay hundreds of dollars a year just to have access to slightly more of those videos than you otherwise would. But I'll settle for everything that has been on their YouTube channel. And that's what I'll be doing. That seems good. And what I'm doing right now is we're going to continue making the relevant plugins for the 2Tape 7 release. Because we've made some substantial... I even have a cheat sheet with the only thing that I have written on it being bypass everything that's zeroed. And we got there. Successfully did that, so I don't need this piece of paper anymore. Now I just have to build all of the different versions of the plugin. And we're going to see about doing that now. I think I can empty my trash there. And here's what that project looks like. I gotta go to the VST version. I'll be using the AU version for something, but not for this. Now it's just a matter of this elaborate process which won't be done by the time we leave the... oh, also, I think I'll probably be able to cut to a different camera so you can actually see me doing the Raspberry Pi version. There's the sound of fake imaginary Windows booting up. Drag this in. And drag these into there. Control-Shift-O. Now I need to gotta go and update some of these things. It is very slow to respond because it is a virtual machine and an antique machine, although when I finally was able to go to a SSD drive on this machine, everything got a little perkier. To tape 7, 32-bit version. Alt-Shift-A and Alt-Shift-A. Control-click. And here we can just build. It's busily trying to do that. Bear in mind, when I have to do a major update of lots and lots of plugins, I have sometimes gone through this process hundreds of times in a row. I try to avoid being in a situation where I'm compelled to do things like that. And let's see, we've built that, so we got a... '64-bit version. Click away so it takes the new name set to the 64-bit build and proceed to build that as well. Having done that, we've now got the Windows. This is the Windows versions that you will have, Windows people. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Not Option, but Control gives me both of these, and I can drag them to the regular macOS layer. If it shows the right kind of, this is the right kind of icon, it will copy it, and it will put them in the right place. And then I'll copy them to the VST plugins and replace the previous ones. And now I do more control clicking to get rid of stuff that we're not keeping or not using. And same deal with this. Can drag it over to here. And we can clean up after ourselves and we'll be done with the Windows side. Old Windows 7 in a virtual machine that can't talk to the outside world in any way. So it can't update itself or break itself. Because if it broke itself, I would be a bit out of luck because I wouldn't know how to fix it, not being a Windows person. I'm lucky to have gotten this working at all. Windows likes not running continually, so I always shut it down each time. And then the whole next stage includes this little SD card and this little SD thing that lets me plug it into a USB. Because here's where we start getting the Linux stuff set. And I feel like the first thing I'm going to do is I don't need to update CMake lists this time, because when I built it the first time, I included 2tape7 in CMake lists. So I don't actually need to update that. I don't have a new thing to add, but I do need to update this stuff. And that's just what I'm going to do. Here's my shuttle, how I move stuff around. We're going to command drag these things over here to move them. Failing to command drag, we'll simply copy them. Then we got to do some stuff with this here. Firstly, this is from the Windows, and so it gets brought over to the Windows directly. In this case, I am holding down Option because I want to copy it rather than just move it this time. And now we have the new version. But then I got to do some other things, like remove Windows-focused stuff that don't apply to the, and there's other stuff that doesn't apply to the Linux build. But you'll see that later, because we can't see that right now because there's hidden files in the version of Unix that is macOS that aren't showing in Finder. But if you searched, I'm pretty sure I can even do this in Terminal. Check this out. If we do ls, we only see the ones that we see in Finder, but LSA implies we're going to be copying other stuff around too. You see, got dsstore vs. I think vs is probably Visual Studio. That's probably from the Windows side. dsstore is a macOS thing, where things sit in the Finder window. We're going to be copying all of those over to the Linux version, but then they will break the build if they're still there. So this is showing that those exist in the macOS itself. Here's the otherwise cleaned up version of that, and then we're going to drag this over to src for source. And now we've got our list of source code from which we will work to make the Linux versions. And the way I move that stuff around is in this folder called Airwindows, which has basically all the same stuff there. Again, I've got a copy of CMake lists, but I won't need to actually move that around because it will already have .2tape7 in it. So I don't need to update that this time, but I need to update everything else. Dragging it to the removable media means it will copy by default rather than just move. Mac AU. Oh, but I have done something wrong. Not so wrong as it's bad for me or anything like that. It's going to be fine. But I have done something wrong. And I'll tell you what. All of these have build folders in them. I need to not be including the build folders in what goes up to GitHub and so on. So what we're going to do is go to the Airwindows folder and run this little find.name build exec rmr exec thing. This is a little script that does nothing but find build folders and delete them. And it will show me which ones it's deleted by doing a little list of everything that it found the need to delete. And it'll show me what it is by saying no such file or directory, but what that means is it actually found it and deleted it. I don't quite know why it goes about doing it that way, but for whatever reason, that's what it did. And we only worked on 2-tape 7, so only the AU and VST needed deleting. And now we can take the Mac AU, move it over, and instead of being 4 megs in size, it's much smaller. 524K, well, no, 162K, really. I don't know why it's taking up that much space. That seems crazy. Anyways, far be it from me to figure out how these things work. And now we've got the 2-tape 7 from Mac VST, also trimmed down to only the relevant files with no build folder. And that's 350K. And then the WinVST just came directly from the Windows environment, and that's what I put out there on GitHub. I believe that is what everybody uses for consolidated and all that other kind of stuff. There's 4 little sets of files and 4 little sets of source code. So we eject it, and then we fire up our virtual Linux environment. Not the only Linux environment, but one of the Linux environments is. And I'm going to totally give you a shortcut into the image of me doing the Raspberry Pi. You can see me working on the Raspberry Pi because I'm going to drag a camera over just to sort of wallow in the experience even more. But here we have to set up the Linux stuff for everybody. It'll take a while to fire up. There we go, got there. So what we do here, well, one of the things we can do is go to source. And delete our old version of 2-tape 7 because we're going to want to replace it with a new one. Now it is not there anymore. And this is the one we're going to want to replace it with, but check this out. We're not really quite done. Open terminal here. Remember how it had those dot files in there? Those dot files will cause problems if I try to build. And if I hit LSA, we see that we have not only one DSStore, but 2 DSStore files. One of them is ._.DSStore, and the other one is .DSStore. And then VS, that's actually a Windows folder. For some reason, it has console 4 channel 64 in it. I can't even. But it is also where we find yet another thing. And that has a V14 folder in it. Let's go into the V14 folder. We can't get enough folders today. CD V14 ls a, and that has a sudo and ._sudo folder. I feel like this is still part of the Windows build, but maybe it's some weird thing macOS has done, or it's a weird thing that the emulation that ran the Windows install did, that maybe it's just made all of that. But now that we've finished looking in all the hidden folders, which would cause problems, and we're not going to let them happen, we'll start over. and we have just this stuff. And so what we do with this is rm_r dot asterisk. Definitely not just rm_r asterisk. That can cause entire Linux systems to explode. But in this case, it's not going to do that because all it's done is removed all the unwanted files. And this is now safe to put on Linux machines everywhere. Or at least literally right here, and the one that I'm going to be showing you in a moment. And that's just what we're going to do, and we don't have to do anything with CMake lists, because CMake lists already contains 2tape7. So we no longer need to do anything with that. I can double check. I shouldn't need to though. Here's our double check. QRST. And sure enough, it says 2tape7. So we're good. So we go into build and then open terminal there. I love this in this particular instance of Linux. The idea of being able to open a terminal anywhere is just so convenient. It doesn't exist in the Raspberry Pi version. Their window manager doesn't seem to have that. And I miss it. I miss it not being there. This is Ubuntu Studio Linux. And now that I'm here in the build folder, I got to run cmake ..ampersand make. So in this version of Linux, it builds all the things. And when I say all the things, I mean it builds all the things. It's going to be grinding away for a little while. So what I'm going to do is take a moment and set up the camera with which you can see the Raspberry Pi. Because for now, this is the camera from which you can see the laptop I work on. But we're not just done with that, are we? We've got more to do. I've got a nice little cable over here that has a power cable for the camera and a power cable for this little ring light that sits on the camera and a bunch of stuff like that. And it all does just fine. And what I'd like to do now is focus. And while the laptop busily builds all of this, I can start up the Raspberry Pi. F10 does it. There's this tiny little thing written on it, which to my mind is not obvious enough, but it is an on button. Here's the official Raspberry Pi mouse. Here's a little screen and an incredibly tiny little cable that goes to the little screen. It's on the mic stand. And with all these things combined, I can fire up a Raspberry Pi on this rather dusty screen. I'll go fix that. Point my mic over. point my mic over so I can actually be heard. It might sound a little bit weird, but I do have a directional mic. Dust. Although sadly not the fingerprints off of the screen. And hit start. At which point the Raspberry Pi will burst to life. And this is what I build the Pi version on. And it's really quite amazing how all of this, so much of these plugins will in fact run on a Raspberry Pi. I took one of my mixes. I may even be able to demonstrate this, although I do not know if there will be audio. I'm not sure if I've got audio here. But I've got stuff like Reaper and Renoise and so on in there. And if I start up Reaper, I bet you that I will get what it had on it. We are apparently rescanning the VSTs. And this particular one is clever enough that when I run it, it only builds a smaller number of plugins that actually need building. And I own a copy of Reaper already, so I have not actually told it to have that, but let's see whether this makes an audible noise. Because anything about it, this will actually play. I'm not hearing a noise, but I'm wondering whether this has a speaker built into it anywhere. We can but try. I know enough about Reaper to be able to find where this lives. Add a new hardware output, system playback. So that seems legit, actually. That should be that. Volume control 100. Probably what I want to do is find some kind of headphone out or whatever. The computer itself does not have a speaker built into it. This does, but I don't seem to be talking to it. So maybe I can move the sound around or something. Preferences. I don't really know how to configure audio on Linux all that well, or indeed at all. That's probably not going to help. It may say help, but ha ha ha. I probably don't have anything useful in here either, but tell you what, let's see if we can grab something that can be plugged into this. Ooh, just the thing. Although, to be perfectly honest, the tiny little speaker would work too. I'll plug this in if I can. So, AUX connection. We'll see whether it even works. But as long as we have to wait for the primary Linux build to do its build, I would like to see about finding out whether this does a thing.
Power on.
Power on. So let's see. Do we have? I don't think we do. Huh. And see that? Or am I simply looking in the wrong place? If I was a headphone jack on a Linux box, where would it be? Yeah, I bet I don't have it. I don't. If I plug into this, do I then get anything? Let's find out. Signs point to no. Untangle this around my cables and shut this back off again.
Power off.
Grab my adapter. Let's check and see whether it's done. No, it's not done. The main Linux box is grinding away. So instead, let's maybe see. I need my better glasses for this. Glasses, not enough. I'm looking at insufficient glasses here. I need to have even more close-up glasses to try to find what some of this stuff is about. There's information written on the back of the screen. Headphones, Type-C, Mini VP, power, plus, minus, menu, exit. What if we hit plus? Is this a volume control? No. What if we hit menu? Well, that didn't do anything. Exit. Volume. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Now what do we got going on? Oops. Wrong answer. There you have it. This is the first mix of Cliff Diver, playing back with a full complement of plugins on everything, meaning it's console 7, but we do have a reverb, and we've got pressure 5. We've got Verbity, and we've got Galactic and Seriously too. A Airwindows mix in Reaper on the Raspberry Pi. this is why I do some of this stuff. It might be a fairly primitive mix, mind you. We don't have a lot going on. This is not exactly console X. However, I wonder whether I can find the CPU meter. Don't rightly know where I would find that, but oh, no, meters. Oh no, that's not. That is a audio meter. Action. Fix display mode. View. Okay, maybe that's where we're going to find it. Performance meter. CPU 24.7 of a Raspberry freaking Pi. So I like the idea that this is something that you can do. It'd be more fun if the Raspberry Pi had its own built-in, like, and not only that, if I'm not mistaken, I think all of these files are 96K files being converted on the fly. Let's have a quick little look and see what we've got. Oh, no, this is a 96K project. I'm not sure whether we're sending it to this tiny little screen, because I'm not sure whether this tiny little screen knows to do that. But we are mixing a 96K project on the Raspberry Pi. Also, let me see how this is going. Oh, hey, got there. So here we are. When it says clock skew detected, that means this doesn't know what time it is. So what I'm doing here is we're going to copy this to VST build, bias this week, and then to tape 7. Yes, correct. Here's the new version of T-Tape 7. Now, having done this, we're going to bring this over to the Raspberry Pi that is currently playing music, and we're going to build it. This might not be as good of a mix as the one I've done in Console X, but I'm not sure a full Console X mix will work on a Raspberry Pi. Maybe when they do a new version. But this is working. You're just hearing it through a tiny screen. So let's see. So this one doesn't like to start up, so I always have to suspend it. Back to main cam. We're done with coding screen for the moment. I have nothing further to do here. Soon enough I will be doing the new coding things, but right at the moment, not so much. Sure. So, time to build on the Raspberry Pi. After having demonstrated why we're bothering to build any of these things for the Raspberry Pi, that literally worked. We're literally looking at Cliff Diver playing on the Raspberry Pi and taking up 24% CPU. The effects are taking up 13.16% CPU. And that's amazing. I absolutely love that this is a thing. I absolutely love that you can like run Reaper on a Raspberry Pi. And I've run into people who are like, oh, it doesn't run on mine, or you're not compiling to the right 64-bit whatever. Well, this is all I know how to do. If anybody knows how to compile for their own machines, then they can do likewise. And having... Let's not save, it's fine. And so this is what I do every week to keep adding new plugins to the Raspberry Pi. Plug this into the USB. It'll open it up. We're going to open another folder and go here. The Raspberry Pi has an obnoxious tendency of, if I'm slightly too slow to double click, it'll start renaming things. And so that is cumbersome, but what are you going to do? And here we are with the new code. And we're going to go to the source folder and delete the previous version. I think I can just drag it on top, but I never really trust stuff like that. Because we have just made it all better. This one doesn't have a delete in place, but you can put stuff in the trash, and that's just as good. And then you drag to here without highlighting something indicating that you're going to put it inside that folder, and there it is. Here's our new one. And then we're going to be putting it, the end result, in this little folder on the SD card. It will go in build. So one of the things I can also do, just to be doubly certain, make sure that it's got the most recent version of everything. I probably don't need to do this, but it's got this tendency of not necessarily building all of the things. So I'm going to make the previous one go away and not be there, so that I can be sure if it builds a new one, it will be with the new code. And now all I got to do is fire up a terminal, cd to the build folder, because I don't have the click in order to open something literally here. And that's not how that works anyway. So we're not going to worry about that. Instead, terminal cd to the build folder. Now we are in the build folder. And same as the other one, cmake ... make. So now I've never really been able to figure out why it chooses some of these things. We're doing a bunch of things like subtype Stonefire, short bus, but there's a bunch of other ones that say built, like built target dyno, built target doubly, built target this and that and the other. I don't know what makes it try to build some of the things and not others. It's just skipping a bunch of them and then building some of them from scratch, and I'm really not sure what makes it choose. Like there's console something bus, there's cream coat, it's trying to build cream coat again, content hide D. But one of the things it will build And we'll see it on the little screen there. When it gets around to doing 2 tape 7, that will appear in this list. And as it is a slower, well, I'm not sure if it's a slower machine than the virtual machine. I really couldn't tell you. I have not tried to run a project in Reaper on the virtual Linux install in there. But it's kind of going through, it's doing it in a funny order, like there's biquad, pop, and hype right there. Clear coat, EQ, well, already did EQ and sinew and so on. But one of the things that I can see is it's not actually building literally everything. Some of the stuff, it's like, oh, that's already there, we're fine. K-Plate 140, which you haven't got yet, but you'll be getting it soon enough. Crunch code. And it will eventually get to building 2 tape 7. And then it'll be the most recent version of 2 tape 7. There's Wolfbot. And if we are lucky, we will end up having something that is good and nice and works. And we can move over to the primary computer. And I'll share the screen of that, and we'll start building the signed AU and VST versions, which might be fairly straightforward. It depends upon whether there are changes in other places that I'm not. Oh, and it looks like I have actually got a 2 tape 7 already there. I'm going to let it finish doing its thing, though. It won't be much longer. I go through this every week. It's not much trouble. Usually I just walk away and start making dinner or something, and when I come back, it's finished. And it's finished. This is my Raspberry Pi building extravaganza. And so now we drag this over to this folder, which says Pi, because they both have the same name and the same suffix, but one of them is built on the Raspberry Pi and one of them is built on a presumably Intel-based virtual Linux box. In fact, I know it's Intel-based because so is that laptop. And having done this, this up thing is the eject button. Actually, no, the up thing is navigate up one folder. But this is the eject button, and I have to push it in order for it to eject this. And when it's not on a Mac laptop, the light doesn't light up again once you've actually ejected it. Now we have everything but the signed ones built. Log out, and log out is where you find shut down, and it shuts down. And here we are back. Before, I would be honestly surprised if it did, but maybe it would. I have not tried to build it for Raspberry Pi. Oh, hang on a second. I'm overlooking something. I have a whole microphone that needs to be pointed at my face. Only then can I be heard. So let me shut down this little camera. Actually, I'm going to go and put away a bunch of things. We got about a half an hour before I need to defrost food. And I have a long wire that plugged into the retro laptop. I may as well feel like I put my stuff away properly. instance, I can drag this thing over here so that it's not in my way. That ought to do nicely. This coming week, the image of my Blinky Lights machines is going to look a little bit different because I've been readjusting everything. In fact, what am I doing? I could simply show you that. We're kind of hanging out today. A camera with a ring light on it. Ring light looks like this. And the new computer system ends up looking kind of like that. This is sort of the techno-y one, and then behind it is the compositional one, and my guitars and stuff, things like that, records. So it will end up appearing a little bit different. Hopefully all goes well and I can finish up the work that's currently on the table and actually be able to return to the studio and use some of that stuff. It's been years, but it's been time well spent because we've been getting a bunch of useful things done. Oh, here's one thing I could do. Might as well put the laptop away because we're not using it right now. Over to the desktop. And where we put all of this stuff. So here's stuff to come. And at the very bottom here is the list of all of the stuff that we are now replacing with the new versions of it. So away that goes. Let's make sure I've got the right ones. Yep, everything says 2 tape 7. It's all the previous versions. And here's the new versions coming from Shuttle. Will appear down there under tape bias. Command drag moves. Command drag moves. Raspberry Pi version. And oh, I haven't deleted that one yet. Let's try that again. Notice that they are all September 28th, 2023. Yeah, it's that machine gets confused. Actually, all of my various Linux machines don't know what time it is. So now we have got code to remove. Move and remove. We don't have to update CMake lists as before, but we need to replace this code with this. And here's a situation where I can simply command drag, because as long as it doesn't have anything highlighted, there we go. So that becomes the most recent version of the Linux form. And the rest of these guys sit here. Now we're going to go through and prune some of these, but not the signed ones. I have a suspicion that I can do better with the signed ones. I shouldn't have to go through the whole process. Window version, completely fine. So let's see, command drag without highlighting the thing, because if I highlight the thing, it will put it inside that folder, which I have done before and confused myself thereof. And then I believe we've got, let's see, so this one, Mac VST. This time I'm not command dragging because I want to copy it. Likewise with Mac AU, not going to command drag because I want to copy it. And here's where things get a little bit interesting. Mac signed AU and signed VST. So all of this has been edited to make it the new version. Like for instance, 2tape EXP has 2tape 7 factory added to it. But I think I have only changed the file 2tape 7 CPP. But we can have a quick once-over and see whether that's really true. Open the version on the SD card in BBEdit. Open the version on disk in BBEdit. BBEdit's a neat little text editor. It has some handy features. It looks to me like everything is copacetic, but BBEdit has this thing that says, find differences compared to front windows. I do have a difference. I have set param_d to 0.25 by default. That appears to be the only difference. I believe I also did that in the VST version. I see no other differences, nor should they be. But I was hoping to find whether there was a difference or not, and it looks like I have edited that. I have added a 2 to the 5, so it defaults to less Flutter, knowing that people are going to find the Flutter a little bit disconcerting. And since I have them both open in BBEdit, check this out. Actually, I don't even need to copy and paste. Look at that. D 0.25. Here's the version on disk. I don't need to copy a thing over. Now they're the same. Find differences. 2 front windows. No differences. These files are identical. And we're in the signed folder. Now let's see what happens when we're going to do the same thing, But we're going to do the same thing with the CPP file, with which I have made loads of changes. But I'm going to show you the change that I absolutely need to make in order to make this work. See how this is mostly the same? But this says audio component entry AU base factory to tape 7, and the other one hasn't been changed that way. If we do find differences in the two front windows, this counts as one of the differences. I need to update these two things to make them match. Or more specifically, I need to update the one on disk, and then I'll be able to include it directly with no other, like, here we go. So this stuff hasn't changed, but we're going to start seeing a whole bunch of stuff going on. Initialization hasn't changed, but all of a sudden now we've got all manner of stuff going on. And one of these is the one I want, and one of these I very much don't. I'm going to want this one, CIR mid-frequency, and we're going to want to get rid of this one, which is the previous one. See, it has subcurve, and the sub-frequency changes according to that, or just being fixed. That needed to be done. And then we've just got a whole bunch of, there's a lot of changes in here. A lot of changes in here. And we get to the end. So from here down, there are no changes. So you see, all of that stuff is the stuff that we did. We could just copy that file over, replacing the previous one, and we would be good to go. Except for this one difference up here. We have to edit this one to match this one, and then we're good to go. So let's go forth and do exactly that. Every time I do a signed version, I have to do this and a whole list of other things, but the whole list of other things probably won't need to be changed. Because we're changing the code inside here. If we save that, then here's the one that's in the signed AU place. Remove that and bring this right over. No other things will have been altered. And there's differences here as well. For instance, info plist. Here's the one that we start with, but when you make the signed version, you need to make it like this. And that's another change that I had to make. I had to write in the correct ID for it, stuff like that. There's a whole batch of changes that you got to do in order to make the signed version. But I've already done that with what's on disk here. So I only needed to take the CPP file, having made that one change to it, to make it go along with what I needed it to do. And at this point, I should be able to fire this up and go, possibly with one further change. So we're launching Xcode, which is now loading the plugin. And it is set to build the correct kind of thing. On the VST version, it tends to reset it to build for my Mac, but what I needed to do is build for all of the Macs. And now I have a new... So let's clean the build folder first of all. Make sure that we're building it fresh with the new code. Signing capabilities. all of this stuff I have gone through and made to work for the current version. There's a whole long list of stuff that I have to do here, which I have gone through and done. We move over to signing in capabilities, Team Christopher Johnson, Certificate Developer ID application, build for any Mac, Apple Silicon, and Intel. I should be able to hit archive and it will work and build the new version. If that's true, we'll be able to test it out. Or at least when we build the VST version, we'll be able to immediately test it out. Sometimes macOS wants you to reboot the machine before you have the AU version show up. We shall see. Building, planning tasks, archiving. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, we got some fixing to do. Succeeded. Distribute content, built products, and we put it into this little folder. Which is here. And then I do this Command O and arrow down thing, which lets me quickly open folders like this. And here is our new signed plugin. I'm going to move it onto the desktop where I can find it. That should be good. And then I don't need the stack of folders anymore. It put it in a place that was equivalent to where we told the install was going to be. What I'm going to do is sign it and have it code checked before trying to put it in my own system. But now, having done all the rest of the things, we have one more to do. And it's going to be the VST version. Signed VST version. So what must we change here? In this case, we don't actually need to edit much else, but we're going to have changes in I'm not sure how many of these, and so we're going to do our same thing of comparing the files in BBEdit. This looks to be exactly the same. Let's test that assumption. Those are exactly the same. So I don't need to change the H file at all or copy it over. It's exactly just right the way it is. What about this, the CPP file? I bet I see a thing that I need to change, same as with the H file of the other one. Namely, D is 0.25 and the previous one was 0.5. I've decided to have it Flutter less on default. So here's what we're going to do. Let's see if there are any other differences. Nope. Nope. That is just one difference, and that is pretty easily solved. Save. Now they're the same. And lastly, here's where stuff gets amusing. To tape 7 proc for processing, presumably. Now, since I don't have to edit this file in special ways to make the VST version build, I just have to set up all the build environment. This is probably not going to have anything that I need to do beyond the changes in here, but I'm going to have a quick look over anyway. Find differences compared to front windows. And sure enough, need to do that. This, and the other. We did not actually go and check. Well, I suppose I can kind of have a look and make sure that I see all of the bypassy things. See where it says doubly amount is larger than 0, all the bypassy things that mean if you shut off the functionality, it doesn't eat CPU. And it sure looks like that is as it should be. Our mid-frequency compared to enc frequency, same thing. The test for that. Not that this is very high strain, but you know, we'll test it anyway. Hi there, sweeter. The decode. Clip only, and then another batch of changes in here. I think this is pretty straightforward. I think what needs to happen here is simply that I delete the proc and then replace it with the new one. So here's the signed VST. This would be the previous version, so I move it to trash and then drag over this version of it into the folder marked source. And then we should be good to go. Here's shuttle. We'll empty trash out of there. And I'll be able to tell whether it all worked too, because we can fire up like Alien Kittens or something and then start pushing head bump and seeing how ridiculous we can get the boost to become. Because now we are plugged into the big studio mains, unlike the little laptop, the little screen that the Raspberry Pi was on. And here is our final step for building the signed version. And interestingly, it has saved the setting of any Mac, Apple, Silicon, Intel. Here's my building settings for the signed version. Again, I got to go through and set all of this stuff correctly, which doesn't mean edit every single one of these, but there's all kinds of stuff like I have to go in on the VST version, click on the product name, and set it to this because it starts up saying gain into tape 7. And even if you're not building the one labeled gain, it still breaks. So looking pretty good. It seems to have remembered what its settings are supposed to be. We're going to do the same thing as before of clean the build folder so that I can be sure that it will build from the new code. And then we're going to archive. It built faster, because it does, and the build succeeded. And we're going to export that. And then we should be good. And the next time I upload GitHub will get all of those most recent changes. But we're going to scoot over here. Get our signed version. Get rid of this stack of folders. It's the folder hierarchy that you would find the real version in. We're going to grab another little folder and call it 2tape7. Put these guys in here. There they are. Drag them to this drop DMG, which is a handy little thing that makes DMG files for me. You can see the most recent things I've built. So the two most recent things on the 6th and on the 8th. There's our new 2tape DMG. And if I drag this to the thing called SD Notary 2, then we can use SD Notary 2 to sign this code, and it should do it fairly quickly, at which point it will make this on the screen disappear because it'll have a code signed and stapled special Mondo checked out and copacetic version. See, it disappeared. It said 2tape7 DMG is now ready for distribution, meaning that has been checked for viri and such and code signed. Here's the one that was code signed. This is the original version that we don't care about or need. And this now goes in ye old upcoming folder. And there is 2tape7 Thursday edition rather than Tuesday edition, which is what we started out with. And now I'm going to open that and put these in relevant places, such as the components folder, and the VST folder, which will not require special sign-ins. Boom. Older item exists. Replace with newer. Yes, indeed. Eject the virtual disk I have here. And now we even have the new version installed. So let's do something amusing. Here is a version of Rise off of console LA that, let me run audio hijack so that I can hear what it's doing. And it is too loud and too bright and rather obnoxious. So let's put the new plugin on it. And it'll just bang away at its chorus. Got enough plugins? Oh, hi, it didn't find it, did it? Refresh VST2 list. This is going to take a little while, but hopefully it'll be worth it. I'm guessing I haven't done that since Tuesday. I may need to restart it. I bet I can fix the excessive brightness of this track just by running it into 2tape7 without even doing anything else. And we're going to test that assumption as soon as it's finished doing its thing. It is strangely slow. And yeah, not that many honest... Oh, I'm distorting the heck out of the microphone, aren't I? I'm sorry. But let's dial that back a little bit more. So it's strangely not that much in terms of strictly new things, although in some ways, yes. So I've got stuff that bypasses if you're not using it, so it doesn't run the code if you're not using it. That in some cases can, like if you take the head bump out, you get to skip 2 entire biquad filters and the head bump, and that'll make it run quite a bit lighter. Let's see if we can do better than this. So here's where we start. Now let's fire up some things, and we're going to dial in using an effect stack. And we're going to earnestly search for the new thing. There it is. New version of Twisted Wave, or not new version, but the current version of Twisted Wave looks prettier than what I had on the antique laptop. And then we're going to add one more effect that comes in kind of handy, Airwindows meter. And then we're going to dial this in. Let's see. Do I have enough space? Yeah, we're fine. So firstly, we turn that off. Here is how this behaved when we had it coming out of
This I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me.
So as you can see, not optimal, kind of too loud, definitely too bright, all of those spikes and everything. Let's see what happens when we just only nothing but turn on 2Tape 7 at default settings. What does that do to this formerly very obnoxious mix? It has not completely transformed it, but I tell you what, it's dialed it back a little tiny bit. So let's go a little further. Let's say the brightness might be, we'll pretend that doubly encoding was too intense, and we're also going to overbias a little bit, and we're also going to maybe throw more of a head bump. We'll pull the head bump down a little bit, and let's dial the rest of the things in while we go.
This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see.
Well, that was easy. 2Tape 7. Your fixer of obnoxious, hairy audio. And would you look at the distribution of the highs here? Golden Slew is really kicking in. Look at what happens to these when I move it further.
My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted
Start over.
to see. My baby, you got to rise for me.
And I think it's going to repeat. So we go from this.
Oh, baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see.
I'm going to go off and get my oven warmed up and defrosting with my food.
This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me.
So that's cool. That seems neat. I am pretty pleased with the possibilities around doing this, although I will say the overbiasing way of being able to cut out those nasty high frequency spikes, that's working, but that's not really the same thing as being, although this is getting me like a beyond Beatles level of excessive intensity. That said, the amount of difference that I've got going on between
this isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me.
I feel pretty confident that I'm going to be able to get what I need to get out of this. I'm also a little curious what I got to do, or whether I have a magic bias number that controls those peaks just right. It would be very, very, very funny if that magic bias number turned out to be the golden ratio. That would be strictly by accident, and I bet it's not. But let's find out if it is. Oh no, it's got to be a little higher.
Oh, baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to
considering that this started out as a failed mix that is too bright and out of balance and kind of garbage in a bunch of ways, this bodes well. In particular, it sure as heck looks like we're able to do an incredibly loud across the board. This push is about as loud as it can go without quite running into hard clips. But then I knew that it would be able to do that. Like that bottom meter, the zero cross meter, the bigness of the spots represents how loud the thing is, and the blueness of the spots is how well it's balancing. So it pretty much looks like I am getting a extremely exaggerated ability to balance all of the frequencies well and force all of the frequencies to be optimal. That's what it looks like to me. And I am happy with how that is showing up. That is showing up to work real well. And there you have it. So I mean, the way it interacts with meter is very exciting. I am happy with the way that that's interacting with meter. More than on Tuesday, I'm confident that when this comes out I'm going to put out tape bias first. Tape bias is really kind of the secret, which is making that stuff like it's effectively Golden Slew. You could use Golden Slew already for this, but bias will come out this coming Sunday, and that's the one where it makes it possible to sort of force all of those high frequencies into, well, you don't necessarily have to. You can if you want. Notice with the measurements I was getting, the problem with overemphasizing highs prior to applying to tape 7, like I may have been able to force all of those highs to show up as blue spots and be hitting that optimal balance between brightness and peak loudness. But they were all in one line. That's a problem. That's not actually good. I may have been able to dial back the behavior of that broken track, that track that was not good and was not working. I might have been able to dial that back to the point where it was acting better, shall I say, and pull back those high frequency spikes until they weren't as fatiguing. But when I tape bias, I overbiased to the point where that wasn't happening. All of those highs ended up in a tight little band right at the top. And when I cranked it out and pushed into the tape really hard, I was able to retain the balance still. And I did not expect it to be as good at that as it was. Like the Sunday after next, you guys are going to lose your minds. This is going to be great. Maybe I'll play Minecraft next week, or I'll probably come up with stuff to do. I do still have things like the headphone concept to do. But my concept behind what makes the hit records be their best, and we can even do a little measuring here, because I wanted to do some more of this as well, and I see no reason not to give it a shot. I've still got a few songs left to measure, as well as all these ones that I have measured. So there's no special reason why I can't. I'm going to save the Captain Beefheart for later. because that's essentially what's left is the Clear Spot album, and I have not owned that album before, so I'm going to want to listen to it. But let's go through some of these with content hide so that I can write down what they score as. That being my intention here. And then I'll talk about how these things measure and why they are such good. Oh, now I'm going to do the headphone concept. Like you can see here, the track Parker's Band, it's on the dark side. You don't have that much super highs, but when you do have highs, they extend up about as much as anything else. My concept for what is the ultimate hit record sound is basically this, and that's why 2-tape 7 is going to come in handy, but it might require delicate handling to really make it work. You should be able to make distributions of these peaks and these slews a complete even wash. Like up here we've got loud peaks, and there's just a few right up at the top, but it should be just as dense all the way to the top without any distortion. The slews, which can be green or red or blue, I guess they should all be blue, and they should fill up this entire region like a blanket. This should be, I don't know, as loud as you want it to be, but fill up the entire region like a blanket. Go as loud as you want to, and it should all just, it needs to fill up the space, and if you can fill up the space with peaks, just blanket it with peaks. Unlike what we're seeing here, where there's like some additional spaces inside there. There's parts where it gets quieter. There's nothing happening in the top area like that. But my idea of what the ultimate hit record sound would be is just a constant blanket of these peaks for the peak meter, a constant blanket of the slews, which the vertical positioning of the dots is different for those because that's high frequencies this time. Those should also all be blue. Those should also go right up to this point and not beyond. You see, we've got the occasional spike there where even on an old Steely Dan album, the brightness can be so aggressive that you get little tiny peaks through here. You can have the peaks go all the way up to the top of this area if you really want the brightness. But you should be able to blanket all of these meters with huge blue spots. And here we are at the end of the track, and this was a BE, which doesn't surprise me terribly much. It's a strong track. With the RMS as quiet as possible. That's my image for how to make this stuff maximum hit record. Doesn't matter all that much whether like BE is kind of optimal, BC or so on. That is optimal for mass adoption. We're going to continue to see more of these as I go through. I'm just going to write this one down now. It was a BE. I'm going to label it and do some more in the next 30 minutes or so. Here's one that's considerably louder. This is Only a Fool Would Say That off of the first album. Let me adjust chat so that I can read better. Not exactly, Blue Baggins. You can disable Flutter. You can disable the head bump. You can disable either the doubly encode or the doubly decode, or both. All of those things can be disabled. You can't make all settings do nothing, though, because there is always the base 2-tape algorithm in there doing its job. So then you pick and choose which things you want to include. Bearing in mind, of course, it doesn't have noise, so you don't have to use doubly if you don't want to. But yeah, here is the Steely Dan track, Only a Fool Would Say That. And it too could be made a little bit louder, but my image for how to maximally do hit record sound, again, another very good cloud of peaks, but they're not all perfectly matching to the point where they're making the blue spots. We've got a lot of little faint peaks in here because they're typically darker. The green spots means it's darker. And that's my image of how to really push on this, to use all the techniques, including everything that 2Tape7 brings to bear, that ability to just restrict intensity that is otherwise unmanageable and optimize it. It should be possible to use those tools to just kind of massage the end mix to where it's peaking louder, it's filling up the entire range, all of the brightness, which I was not expecting that to do, and it totally did, can be optimized clearly. And then, having done all of those things, make the RMS as quiet as possible. Build the whole thing out of just overwhelming masses of peaks constantly. That would be the sound. And it may produce a AA rating. It may produce, like for public acceptance, I'm thinking B tier or even C tier, or if you want to really be chill, D tier. All of those things should be doable because the tiers, comfortable or deep vibe, density of spots, but all the spots can be optimal. You can have all the spots be ideal. Everything can be hitting 100%, filling up the full total range of all of these meters as well as possible. You see this zero cross meter where it's largely mid-rangey, you can have it drop right down to the 20 hertz level with blue spots down at the 20 hertz level. You could have blue spots up here around 2K or higher maybe. As long as it's evenly dispersed, the density of it is what gives you the rating. But you could do it where everything is perfectly optimal and incredibly sparse, and it would be an E tier ultimate massive hit, because it would be maximizing on all of that stuff while having the density of what's happening be intentionally that sparse. We're probably going to see more examples of that in the Steely Dan as I work through those. Only a fool would say that. CE. We do appear to have multiple things from that first album, and there's nothing so wrong with that. AA qualifies as that, but not for sales. AA may mean, like, well, here's another one from Pretzel Logic. So this might count as an S tier song in terms of mass appeal. We certainly have the high frequencies. See, this is the kind of evenness you want. When I applied 2Tape to the Rise LA, I had everything controlled to where it wasn't making the spikes, but it was all clustered up here. You don't want that. You don't want the peaks all clustered in the same place either. If the peaks are all clustered in the same place, it is fatiguing and loud sounding. Whereas if they are scattered and there's just so much happening, it is exciting, enthralling, but not ear fatiguing in the same way. Now, one way to control RMS is with compression, not limiting compression. If you are doing compression and then you're letting the attack spikes through on things and then stepping on, I've even got a plugin dedicated to that, PyWhackit, is all about stepping on the RMS while still allowing peaks to spike through. Instead of compressing down to silence, it compresses down to negative density, which lets spiky little peaks through kind of a lot. And that's the way PyWacket does its thing, is the bits that poke out will continue to poke out. And it was intentionally designed for the purpose of doing that, to the point where if I'm able to do another version of that, that might be a darn good idea to try. Doing a reissue of PyWacket with new stuff. But the guts of how PyWacket works is to allow peaks to continue to come through. It's the anti-limiter. It's the opposite of a limiter. Controlling RMS also is done through not saturating. In particular, it looks very much like use of 2-tape 7 lets you go as bright and peaky as you could possibly want, and it will just control all of the high frequency peaks and make them all sound good. But as far as suppressing RMS and having everything be all on peaks, a lot of that is going to come down to your performance. There's really no way around it. Like I can do after having done this, here's the end of Any Major Dude. Very pretty little song. This is a very vibey song. It is a DD level, even though there's been stuff going on. Part of that is because it is dark. Very bassy, this one. So we're rating that as DD. Here is an example of one where I know it has intense vocal peaks. And we'll see those show up. In fact, I'm even going to leave content ID on, but turn on the shifting of bits. Got a fire audio hijack so I can hear what I'm doing, because this has just been muted. But there's a big difference between RMS heavy, for instance, vocalizations, and peak heavy vocalizations. Like, if I lean into this mic and go, I, it's a I sound, but it's very lacking in peaks because it's extremely mellow. Whereas if I go completely off mic, because I'm going to blow the heck out of the output that way, and I go, I completely in the other room, because that was loud as heck. The Sleepy Time Soothe Your Throat tea did a wonderful job, because that didn't hurt at all. That is high peak energy. It's one way to do high peak energy, is just project like crazy. And combining those, it shows up in a bunch of old Beatles songs. A bunch of the Beatles songs were recorded to tubes, but the vocal projection that they had was extraordinary. I've got a bunch of high-rated Dead Kennedys tracks. Same thing. If you're doing distorted guitars, one way to have high peak energy is to have a really ear-hurty amp. Like, for instance, the Dead Kennedys using a Fender Twin rather than a Marshall stack. The guitar player in the Dead Kennedys was running like stomp boxes into a Fender Twin. Yes also used a Fender Twin for a whole bunch of stuff, including what can be seen on the screen as AB rated tracks. There's been a lot of that. It's a popular amp for those super loud sounding things. So here is, and it can be high mids, it can be whatever, because peaks aren't frequencies. Peaks are not frequencies. The sound that I made with my voice did have more high mids to it because my voice is only able to produce peaks by making the little flaps of, flaps of human flesh in there making a noise. In order to make a sound that loud, they have to move very sharply, and it produces a high mids or a trebly sound. I've got stuff that I've measured off of the Flow and Eddie Zappa band, where when they get extremely loud and intense, all you see are red spots because the vocalizations that they have made are so bright that they go beyond even loudness emphasis into something else. Here's something that we will both hear and see, and I'm going to measure Steely Dan's Dirty Work. We're not going to hear much of it because I'm going to continue to have Content ID on there. And it's another really dark one, but when the vocal harmonies kick in, the lead vocals themselves have a certain amount of emphasis. The whole thing is basically on the very dark and mellow side. That vocal is very mellow, but then when the harmonies kick in, which is going to happen in a bit, more in a bit. See, that's a vocal expression, but that vocal expression is still fairly bassy. And here comes the chorus. Watch this space. Those harmonies are a projection. And you see it lighting up the meters.
Oh yeah.
And certainly it gets loud. The singing is definitely loud. But you can also see that the high frequencies go way up past what it normally sounds like. It's a bright chorus. It's a chorus where they're really kind of belting. And the verses, not so much. Not so much. It kicks in a little harder there. And you can hear little glimpses of him. That I. It's like what I was doing pointing into the other room. You just let the top come off of the vowel. And it especially works when the high harmony is doing that. Nigel Olsson of the Elton John band was very good at that. Nigel would take the top harmony voice, and he was able to make his voice go so loud that they had to turn him around and have him facing the baffle. Also, notice horns are able to do that pretty well too. And so there you are, hearing little bursts of the harmonies. And that's how that's done. So when you intend to go for peaks over RMS, this is how it's done. It's vocal heavy there. But when they're not projecting, the color of the note in the grays, it goes much darker gray because the loudness goes up. But then when they are projecting and belting in this way and doing the vocal harmonies that combine, the RMS doesn't necessarily go up as high, but the peaks are coming out. And there is, since it's a combination of peak and high frequencies, there's going to be a balance, a sort of optimal balance between how loud can those go. You'll notice that when they are singing, they are within a dB of clipping. Here, where they are singing, the loudest it goes is within a dB of clipping. This entire cluster is within the top 6 dB of the whole track. this stuff up here, it does clip a couple of times, and when they sing, it's all within the top 6 dB of the track. There isn't the space anymore, and it's just blanketing the loudest section, and it came out as CE, even though it's a Steely Dan track that's kind of mellow. I did not post a timeless on Wednesday because I was working on a bunch of things and I had a lot of stuff going on. But I'm looking forward to doing one. I was thinking that it might be fun to do a George Thorogood track. I listened to it in the car and went, oh, hey, people should hear this. I should use this. Let's do this track. And it's George Thorogood, 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer. In fact, I can probably show it to you. And even switch it so that you can hear snippets of it. And then when I do it properly, you'll be able to hear the whole thing. And we'll see whether they let me play it. Here's another one with loud vocals, by the way. That's the interesting thing about this. It makes me wonder whether I could do like dedicated test tracks specifically for the purpose of trying to optimize for this, so that I could demonstrate what it is like doing a incredibly intense peak, make it artificial sound that maximizes on this, and then see what that sound sounds like. Because again, doesn't actually matter what frequencies we're using. Peaks is any sound that is happening so sparsely that it is not producing RMS or root mean square loudness, or indeed LUFS loudness units. Slew is just how quickly the sound moves, and that's an entirely separate factor. And it really should be possible to construct a sound that maximizes on the, like, it makes me wonder how far can you push that and what kind of noise would it be to blanket sound with peaks and then intentionally suppress the RMS as far as you could go. As far as musicians that have done this, one of the examples is Fleetwood Mac with Rumors. But they weren't actually pushing the loudness all that much. There's just sort of an optimal for it. And with a lot of these sounds, like, there we go, a whole burst of super hit record noise. Let's see if we get another one. Oh no, of course it was the guitar solo. What else would it be? Yeah, clearly that was a guitar section. I heard it playing towards the end there. But yeah, coming up with this stuff, like what makes these sounds? Could you have synthetic instruments making these sounds? Could you produce these sounds in a more abstract way? And then what would those noises resemble? Because I have identified what some of these things resemble. Like different densities are like different densities of rain in the woods kind of thing. A very natural phenomenon. Doing the peaks can be sounds like screams and stuff. Your attention can be grabbed by certain sounds that are projection and sonority through the texture of just background sound. And King's BE rated, which is not all that surprising, really. This is all the first album now. Change of the guard, a sort of bopping Steely Dan sound. So when they're doing this kind of thing, it's kind of them just grooving along like that. And it's not really filling up the spaces. This is 6, 12, 18 dB to 24 dB down. Here's the 24 line. And then stuff gets louder, goes up to 12. But you can see where it's sparse. You can see where the arrangement is sparse. And the voices take up a lot of the space, which is normal. That's nothing unusual. But you notice the voices, the gray is not going as dark as it is over here because they're projecting. That's kind of what we're talking about. Or if you have composite voices, harmony vocals, things like that. If the harmony voice is not mixed that loud, but it's belted, it's projecting like crazy, that will help produce a sound where it's really kicking in with that record sound. This is also what we hear in Eagles harmonies, things like that. I'm pretty sure you can get guitar sounds to do this, although people will often make guitar sounds do the opposite of this. Like one example I've got of very high rated yes. Rather than have the guitar be dense and loud, this is kind of an example of peaky guitar solo sound. Just the aura needs to project off of the instrument. And I've got examples of that. Maybe I'll throw one of those on next that I've already measured. I know what it is, but just to show you what the sound of that sounds like in content hide form. This is probably as high as it's going to get. I bet we're done. Yeah, it ain't going to go any higher. I remember this sound. So another B, E. Oh, well, I don't know. I could wait. Let's not shut it off quite so soon, shall we? Maybe it'll reach a higher level in the fade. No, but it took itself up to about as high as it got before, so that's fine. B, E for this one. Fire in the Hole is a very quiet one. But here is something kind of interesting. If you check out the Yes track, Gates of Delirium, here is a guitar where so this is a guitar lead. You can see how bright it is, although there's also a great deal of loudness going on too. And then John Anderson singing. But the guitar is sort of throughout. We can skip back ahead a little bit into here. So the bits that you'll hear, it's mostly guitar over like some bass chords and things. This guitar is a Fender Telecaster into one of those little old PV amps. Little solid state PV amp. It's not necessarily even a tube amp. Those things are shrill. They are painful. Listening to one of those hurts. And Steve Howe is playing one on the Gates of Delirium album. We're not getting the like rich, smooth tone of a distorted Marshall stack or something. And when you hear it play, those are guitar notes there. Even recorded, especially as it ramps up, because it's going to ramp up and we're going to see more of these high frequency spikes. You can kind of hear how the top end on that guitar just kind of reaches forth and hurts you. It's shrill. It's painful. But you see how it registers with these sounds. And as it continues to go, all the loudest notes. The way this works, the shrillness of that guitar, just how sonorous and penetrating it is, the way that the high frequencies of the Telecaster into the little PV amp is so shrill, so painful to hear. It just goes like an ice pick through your brain. Similarly to how the his earlier amp, a Fender Twin, does. The RMS is here, and the peak is here, like a solid 12 dB hotter than the RMS. Yeah, it would be like a Bandit. It'd be something like that. The painful shrillness of a sound like that is also peak energy over RMS energy. If you set it to be mellow and smooth sounding, it's all the RMS energy. But when that ice pick tone gets going, this is the ice pick tone in practice, and it's measuring the peaks a solid 12 dB or so over the RMS, even though it's a distorted sound. Now, you'd normally have a distorted sound not peaking quite as hot as all that, but it's a special kind of distorted sound. It is the Steve Howe on Gates of Delirium distorted sound, where it's just excruciating, but the band is mixed around that sound. There's even lyrics in the song about shrillness and harsh penetrating tones, and that's literally what they did. They did that on purpose, for the purpose of making music that was going to war effectively. They were making really aggressive music that way. So I'm going to go and run a couple more of these, and then it'll be time to go and have tacos, which I'm looking forward to because this was a good day at work. And here we have Steely Dan's Fire in the Hole. And it's a kind of spiky song. It's never going to get much in the way of a high metered score, but you can see what it's doing with its energy. And in particular, you can see how the background music of it, 6, 12, 18, 24, the background music, the space inside the music is like 24 dB down half the time. I can let it play a little bit. 6, 12, 18, 24. So when you can see, and then this is probably either a voice or a bass. And yeah, a note like that, it's close to 12 dB over a little less than 12 dB peak over the RMS. You can see where the peaks go. You can see where the RMS goes. Whereas a bassy note like that, you're barely 6 dB over. In fact, we can do some test tones after doing this one and see how those things measure. Because that's the funny part is, a guy was complaining about my stuff along the lines of meter, and it didn't tell him anything useful because he played things at different volumes and it gave different readings and so on. But there's just a lot to be studied here and how it works, and there's consistent behaviors around all of it. In particular, we can do things like we can compare some sawtooth waves with some sine waves and ramp them up and down in volume and see what they do. And that will really show some of the basic sounds that you have to work with. In particular, when I say basic, bass sounds often like to use extremely sine wave-like audio. That's going to have a very specific content, a specific tone content. And yeah, as predicted, Fire in the Hole. It's got a lot going on, but it's barely reaching up into C tier because it is sparse. There's a lot of activity here, but it's a sparse track. CF. And yeah, let's do that demonstrating by making a file. And making some waveforms. Here's a waveform. Oh, I have content hide D on, don't need that anymore. Sine wave. So now if we make this sine wave ramp up in volume, it goes up to about 3 dB. You can see that the amplitude of the sine wave, the peak is like 3 dB over the RMS. There's the RMS, there's the peak, and the slew is way, way, way the heck below the shape of the RMS. Our frequency noises here, this is what a sine wave does. The sine wave is always going to be incredibly super dark, more dark than you need, and the peak energy, not very much. It's not going to be very strong. If we instead replace this with a different kind of, well, hang on. Okay, selected all of those. Do I get to make new tones? Yes, I do. If instead we went with a triangle wave, triangle wave looks somewhat different. In fact, we didn't even make it loud enough. The RMS simply can't keep up. So let's amend that, shall we? Now we can make it be as loud as it wants to. Here's our triangle wave. We've still got stuff to be concerned about here. And with the triangle wave, which is a nice little model of the kinds of sounds that you can use, we're getting a little closer to 6 dB over the peak is 6 dB over the RMS. You can see the triangle wave in the window here. Then when we go even beyond that, we're going to be even farther away from we're never going to get the peak energy all the way up. But we can do, hang on. We can do this. So sawtooth wave, and this time we're going to go full volume from the get-go and then fade it. Sawtooth wave acts a little bit differently. This might be slightly obnoxious, so what I'll do is it's hitting meter first, and then we're going to hit shifting of bits, gain, to just take it down quite a bit. Sawtooth wave has infinite volume in the high frequencies. And there it goes up to clipping. Sawtooth wave peak energy is, and interestingly, it seems to have, no, it went all the way to the top. So there's our sawtooth. We got a little high frequency spike on the end. That's an overshoot from snapping right back down to the bottom again. But with that, our highs are completely unbearable almost immediately. Like it's unmanageable how bright that gets. But remember, we have a way of dealing with it. So what we can do is fire up what went into the bias control. Trusty golden slew. Oh, wait, do we have that applied to only one channel? What's going on there? That seems not right. I feel like that is not optimal. So let's see. Oh, that would be it. Yeah, it's playing on only one side. There we go. And we will actually add golden slew to the chain rather than just trying to do it this way. And now as we play with that, we can make it be any old slew rate we want. But it's going to end up doing much the same thing, because it's a bit of a hard slew limitation there. That said, at the loudest peak, as it starts to get to actual distorting, we start getting a zone of optimalness in there. So at that point, we have a sort of golden slew is producing a somewhat optimal right at the loudest section. In fact, we'll apply it so that we can see what it did. And then we'll switch it off so we can see if it still does the same thing on the meter. Oh, we shut off the wrong thing, didn't we? Hang on. Let me close this, reopen it, and oh, I forgot a thing. Hang on. There we go. Meter still ain't registering. Try it again. Nope. Alrighty, well, I know that we managed the loudness with shifting of bit gain. I know that we have Golden Slew engaged to get to that point where it's making the optimal noise. So let's unswitch this, go here, shut this off, and then fire up just only... Well, no, let's fire up content peak so we can see it on meter, but then not actually have to hear the obnoxiousness of it. There we are. There's our burst of maximum sonority. And so if we go over and look at what this looks like on the waveform, we will see that we are hitting particular textures. And it's probably possible to optimize that as well, because what I see is very consistent angles here. It's just that at this volume level, that's about as good as it gets. So all in all, and maybe it's just the duration of time it's doing it in. But yeah. I hope you've enjoyed this weird episode of Airwindows live streaming and coding like mad. And I have a good feeling about where the new version of To Tape that we started on Tuesday and finished up today, I think, to my satisfaction. Hopefully people are going to enjoy that. For now, it is 5:02, so I get to go and enjoy my tacos now. And I'll talk to you folks later. Hope you also enjoyed Tape Bias coming this coming Sunday.